Brrr. Well, shit. So, wait, what the fuck? Hang on. Hang on. God. Okay. Okay. Hey. What's going on? What can I do for you guys, shitheads? Thank you for your work, Egon Shalokian. Takes me way back doing this kind of work. Takes me back to my days at the State Department, working with Richard Nixon and Hoover. What the fuck, man? It's too much. These Russian fucks, man. What is this? The duality of man. The duality. Okay. She's like a neocon, right? Isn't it? But this oh! Let me make my light brighter. Ah, there we go. Nice sucking cerebral damage. Okay. Oh. The duality. Yes, well done. Well done. Ooh. What's a good composition for this camera? Let's try that. Bit too widescreen? Yeah, okay.
You either read this or...
Ha! The duality of man. Do we have different responses to Megyn Kelly? Oh no.
According to the indictment, the guy
Look
who...
at this, man. She's like a neocon, right? Isn't it? But this is like, this is mainstream... This is like mainstream media, and she's actually accurately representing the story. That's so funny. Isn't that crazy how, like, I swear if you watch someone like this, you'll be more informed than if you watch someone like, I don't know, even like Hassan, right? Like, yeah, but even though she's like right-wing as shit. Because at least we're actually getting the story. She sounds like she's read the indictment. She actually took an hour out of her day to read the indictment. Like an absolute god.
and said, like, this isn't enough. And then they created this whole fake profile.
Okay, she's just a total fucking liar, traitorous, uneducated dipshit, 85 IQ fucking
Wait,
moron.
what?
Never mind. She's bad faith as fuck. She
What?
either read this or... I'm sorry. She either read this and is lying, or she's got staff that lies for her. Dave Rubin did not push back saying this isn't enough. Dave Rubin pushed back and he wanted clarification on what social justice meant. That was the part.
According to the indictment,
No, but before that, Dave Rubin, before he got the profile, Dave Rubin said, the LinkedIn that you gave me isn't enough. That's what he said, because he couldn't find anything else on this guy. That's what he said in the indictment. I think even in this video, Megyn Kelly says that it clearly wasn't enough due diligence, because it obviously wasn't. Like, that's the joke. The joke is that Dave Rubin got given this profile after probing a little bit, and then just saw social justice and picked up on that, rather than the fact that this guy was like untraceable despite his profile. It's clipped. He kind of takes it back when he hears the rest of what she says. Oh. So it's not even really the duality. Okay. Wow. What else? Our nemesis has a Guardian profile. No. Call me Yakov, the burly, red-bearded settler told the Palestinian villagers who lived in his shadow. They should, it was understood, consider him their Mukhtar, their chief, mayor, and sheriff. It was only after he was singled out for sanctions by the US government last week that they learned his real name, Yitzhak Levi Filant. On paper, Filant is merely the security coordinator of the Yitzhar settlement perched on a West Bank hilltop south of Nablus, overlooking a string of ancient Palestinian villages strung out on the steep slopes below. However, with the frequent and arbitrary use of force, he's made himself a warlord of the whole Jabal Salman family. He has stood out from a phalanx of brutal settler bosses to earn himself the title of Specially Designated National. from the US Treasury and State Department for malign activities outside the scope of his authority, blacklisted and banned from receiving funds from Americans. This isn't him, though, right? This is just some settlers who have axes. Oh, that's nice. Okay. The fuck? The citation against him last month mentioned an incident in February this year when he led a group of armed settlers to set up roadblocks and conduct patrols to pursue and attack Palestinians in their lands and forcefully expel them from their lands. This was just a single sample drawn from a regular pattern of intimidation which has continued up to the imposition of sanctions on the 28th of August. A week earlier, armed men had fired tear gas into the football field of Burin high school children while children were playing. Said the word children twice there. Whoops. We haven't come here for more than a week because we're afraid the children will get injured. We can't take responsibility for that, said Ghassan Najjar, the head of Agricultural Cooperative, who also helped with football training. Najjar was speaking near a low stone wall at the back of the pitch, watched intently by armed men in a concrete observation post 100 meters up the hillside. He said it was impossible to tell if they were regular troops from the IDF or settlers in uniform. Since October 7th, when a surprise attack from Hamas killed 1,200 Israelis and the Gaza war started, the distinction has blurred. Reservists such as Philant were called back into duty and he was recruited young male settlers to form what is known locally as Yaakov's army. Yitzhar's religious school, or yeshiva, is known for teaching Jewish militancy and was closed for more than a year in 2014 on the grounds that it served as the base for attacks on Palestinians. On the afternoon of 18th of June, that militia descended on Burin and went on a rampage attacking anyone they found on the street. I could see people running away, and first I thought it was the army. Then I saw the men attacking us were naked from the waist up and had their t-shirts around their heads to hide their faces, Najjar recalled. Holy shit. Bro, this guy is just he's a really bad person. What the fuck? He's like evil. What the fuck? They set fire to a car and attacked the driver and attacked the grocery store here. IDF soldiers did arrive in the village not long, but he alleged. Quite the opposite. They didn't make the settlers go away. They started shooting rubber bullets and stun grenades and tear gas hit at the people in the village, the Palestinians, he said. Everyone in the area has a story about how Yaakov and his men, the white pickup truck with yellow flashing lights and antennas. Oh, he wasn't using a white he wasn't in a pickup truck. He was in a fucking settler buggy when he came to us. His white pickup truck and yellow flashing lights and antennas on its roof is a frequent and feared sight. He and his men set up impromptu checkpoints between villages and are accused of roughing up drivers and stealing their money. In March last year, Idris and Amala Khalife had just done their shopping for Ramadan and got in their son's car with his wife and daughter when they were attacked by a gang of settlers from Yitzhar who smashed the windows with an axe, hit Idris with a rock, and squirted pepper spray at the passengers. His son managed to reverse abruptly and flee the attack, but their car was intercepted and chased by Philant himself, who the Khalifas had fired a shot through the rear window. The only reason nobody was hit was that the women's faces were burning from the pepper spray and they were crouched down in their seats protecting our granddaughter, Amala said. How does it feel to have been detained by a warlord? I mean, I'm a big boy, but it's... quite mental. At harvest time, the settlers routinely stop villagers reaching their olive trees and have on occasion set fire to the hillside groves. At least he didn't hurt you. Well, no, because we're not Palestinian, right? Yeah. I can totally see why, though, that the driver was like kind of scared to come near this village, though, near the settlement. Because it's a proper fucking... it's like a terror hub. It's a terror base. At harvest time, the settlers routinely stop the villagers reaching their olive trees and have on occasion set fire to the hillside groves. According to Najjar and another local man, the settlers set trees alight in early August, and Philant prevented the village fire truck from reaching the blaze for crucial and costly minutes before the army arrived with a military fire engine. Significant losses resulted. Yesh Din, an Israeli human rights organization which monitors the area, said it had documented incidents of violence against Palestinians by Israeli settlers and security forces throughout the years, including dozens of incidents involving Filant. The administration of the Yitzhar settlement did not respond to emails seeking comment, and neither did the IDF. The Samaria Regional Council, which represents settlements in the northern part of the West Bank, issued a statement rejecting the allegations against Filant and complaining that the sanctions would impose hardships on his family. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he viewed with utmost severity the US sanctions on Filant and a group called Hashomer Yosh, which provides guards for illegal settler outposts on the West Bank. The Biden decision was also lambasted by US Republicans such as Senator Marco Rubio, who said Israel has a functioning judicial system that is fully capable of prosecuting crimes committed within its borders. Wait, Rubio, these are not happening within Israel's borders. These are happening in the West Bank, and they don't prosecute these crimes. That's the whole point. The whole point is that this guy is clearly cleared. Fucking idiot, Jesus. In the occupied West Bank, whatever judicial system exists is erratic, dependent on what area is involved and whether the victims and perpetrators are Israelis or Palestinians. In practice, the soldiers defer to Filant, the villagers said. When a local man threatened to complain about his activities to the IDF District Liaison Office, Yaakov reportedly told him, "I am the DCO, I am the Shabak security agency, I am the police, I am the army. I am all of them. I am all the world." Fuck me, man. Ziv Stahl, the head of the Yesh Din, said, "What happens on the ground is that security coordinator becomes more of a commander of the soldiers and not the other way around, as it's supposed to be." Stahl said he thought that the US sanctions on Filant and Hashomer Yosh, combined with scrutiny from the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court since the Gaza War has begun, has finally begun to threaten the impunity of settlers such as Filant. Jesus. I think with the Israeli public too, there's a chance because there's much more talk about settler violence, she argued. The issue is more on the agenda of the media. A letter from Yesh Din to the IDF demanding Filant be fired has so far been ignored, however. In Bahrain, Najjar is skeptical about any dramatic change for the better in the lives of local villages. "Do you think this will stop him?" he asked. "I don't want Yaakov punished. I want the Americans to push the government to stop him. And then, even if we stop this Yaakov, there are a lot of other Yaakovs in the settlements." Oh, God. It's very sad. God. It's funny. It's like, you know how Israelis are always like, "Oh, we need better Hasbara. Like, why are we so shit at propaganda on the world stage?" Like, bro, you don't need. I don't know why they just keep thinking it's like it's all fine. We just need to explain it better. No, imagine if the state of Israel actually started arresting people like this and giving them proportionate sentences. Like, if they did that, that would be infinitely better fucking Hasbara than just trying to do better propaganda. What, throwing more fucking Elon levies on the news cycle? Like, what the fuck? Anyway, they don't have a picture of him, though. They only have pictures of random settlers. Unless there's something in these 14 slides. Oh, it's 4. No, they don't actually have a picture of the guy. But it is him, red bearded, because we saw the picture of him from that TikTok. Oh, God. I watched the first 4 episodes of Fauda yesterday. I can finally feel like part of the club. Based! It gets better as well. It's one of those series that gets better. Like seasons 3 and 4 are just it just gets wacky, man. So much drama, so much action, so much drama. Anyway, I am the world, okay? I am the world. Hang on. I really like this new shirt. I don't know, I've been spending too much money on clothes lately because I'm preparing my next visit to the United States. So Bad Empanada has decided to come back into my emails again. I saw him in the spam folder because I was looking for some other shit about meeting scheduling. He's been in my emails again asking me to debate him on genocide. I told him... I can probably just show this. I told him that I would talk to him if he just admitted like all the times that he's lied about me, which isn't that many. Here. It's like, it's this kind of shit. I told him, like, can you admit that you lied about these 3 things? And he just responds, you do come from a genocidal family of Lebanese Christians, though. That's where your Zionism comes from. Like, oh God. Like, I told him, I'll have a whatever genocide conversation for like 2 hours if you want, 3 hours, 4 or 5. Talk all you want. Just admit you're a fucking liar. Like, but he can't do it. He's too proud. He's too soy. A bit too insecure. Too much of a proud boy. Bro. It's funny as well because he does this thing where he tries to do like a kind of like moral grandstanding to divert away from the fact. Like, it's just I'm kind of like learning a lot about the way that people do manipulation, because he's saying here, he's like, oh, I think what's sad is the denying genocide of Palestinian people while still trying to frame yourself as the only reasonable advocate for them. I don't actually call myself the only reasonable advocate. I just think the bar is pretty fucking low, mostly because of terrorists like Bana Banada. But anyway, attempting to divert from such a colossal and meaningful issue by focusing on your own petty and insignificant interpersonal disputes. This is the same guy who paid a legal firm to send me a cease and desist for a tweet. But I love it that because it's on him, it's suddenly it's petty. Suddenly it's all petty, you know, when it's him lying, right? I didn't even lie in camps, which he does. Proves how dishonest you are, none of this matters to you at all. The victims, the lives of the victims are secondary to your own ego. You managed to get around them to denigrate them. Exactly as Kahan would. It's really interesting, like this whole thing about like lying, being told that you're lying, like, no, that's all petty. Let's talk about the real issues. Why wouldn't you talk about the real issues? Like, what a fucking, it's like an abuse tactic. He's literally trying to use abuse tactics on me. Alas, I am a strong, confident woman, and I will not be swayed by the incredibly pathetic manipulation attempts. You should debate. I mean, needs to be put in this place once and for all. There are certain bars that I have, or certain red lines. One is definitely doxing me and lying about me. I'm sorry. Like, if he admits that he lied about me, talk for as long as he wants, but he never will because he's too proud. So, here's what it is. I also don't know how I feel about the kind of people who are in such a position and are so brain dead extreme that they can literally just say anything. They can lie, they can be wrong, they can be like callous, whatever, like but they get away with all of it because like their audience is so captured by this like very extreme like maximalist position. So it's kind of like it's a little bit unfair, you know, with the fact that like it's kind of like you know, like 40 beheaded babies or 40 babies killed. If anyone catches you ever saying that, even if you just said it like 2 minutes after the news broke and then you walked it back the day after because you realized it was wrong, you're done forever. Like you can't, like people will hold that over you for the rest of your life, right? Whereas if people still think that the Al Ali hospital was Israel J-damming a hospital, direct hit killing 500 people, then you get away with that. Like no one cares. And I think that level of unequal footing when it comes to the truth is just really annoying to engage with. Or Daniel Hagari, like thinking that those Arabic weekdays and weekends were actually names of Hamas people. That's like a write-off forever. But these are people who still deny that Hamas has tunnels underneath hospitals. Like, they think it's fake. Thanks for the sub. I really appreciate that. And also, I don't know if you're watching right now, but whoever just gave me $50 on Patreon. Oh my God, thank you so much. 50 buckers. It was overstated. So I think, but it depends on the way that so the beheading was overstated. I think there were people beheaded, but not 40 babies. I don't even know if one baby was beheaded. There might have been one. I don't remember. But no, the health authorities had a really weird way of counting the ages, because when I saw the reports, I saw 34, but the people who were 34 didn't. It was like 17 and under or 16 and under. So the way that they counted the ages was a bit weird. I think for 18 and under, the number is anything between 34 and like 42. Yeah. But then again, no official Israeli press agency or IDF soldier or like IDF official or like spokespersons or government spokespersons or anyone said 40 babies were beheaded. No one actually said that. It was a confused fucking message from one reporter talking to a soldier on one of the sites. And then Biden very stupidly said that he saw videos of a baby getting beheaded, which he didn't actually see because that video doesn't exist. Meh. Why are you talking to the guy? Prolonged engagement with lunatics will lead to more harassment. You should just blacklist and move on. Ban discussing his drama on your Reddit too. I mean, I always tell people to just stop sending me updates, but they do it anyway. I don't know. It's fine anyway, because like every now and then when I do it, like there'll be people who are like, okay, I don't like this Loanerbox guy, he's a Zionist, but God, I expected better from Badam Panada. So it's quite funny that like if he's probably got like the foot in the door with maybe some like normie audience people, like it's good maybe every now and then just to remind them how fucking crazy and stupid he is. So yeah. I don't lose anything for it, so I like fighting on the internet, it's funny. Anyway. Are there any videos of the actual battles that have taken place in Gaza? Yeah. Well, like not full videos, but there are like they'll see IDF footage every now and then, yeah. Anyway, we have bigger fish to fry now, okay? I no longer care about people who do propaganda for free, okay? Now it's the ones who take 400K a month for it. Dave Glubin.
Unserious matter. This was retweeted by all sorts of people, including Ted Cruz, and then, of course, he started getting called a Russian asset and everything else. So first, let's show you this Russian army video.
Это первый день твоей новой жизни. Что ты знаешь о себе? На что ты способен? Вопросы могут остаться без ответов, но разве ты сможешь узнать себя, познать границы своих возможностей? К черту границы. Ты готов ломать себя?
This was it's the all-male fucking macho army that got absolutely rammed by they-them HIMARS. Yeah, okay.
Без врага нет боя, а без боя нет победы. Но на самом деле, главный враг вчерашний — ты. Твоя задача — выследить врага, догнать его, превзойти, стать лучше, чем он, и вернуться назад. Победить.
All right, I don't speak Russian, but I assume he was saying something to the effect of, we're serious people, and I've got to go do something, and I'm fighting for my country, and that's what we're going to go do. I also think was it Dan Snyder? Zack Snyder of Justice League probably directed that thing. You can see, you don't even need to know exactly what he's saying to understand, and whether you think it's propaganda or not, and we can have all. But what you're seeing is.
I wish there was a timestamp for this, but because this would either explain maybe like stuff like this would maybe explain that he was getting paid, or that this is why they chose to pay him. I don't know.
The Russian government is putting out an ad saying, we want soldiers, we want to be able to defend our country, we're going to do what we got to do. Now allow me to show you what the U.S. Army put out last week.
It begins in California with a little girl raised
Yes.
by two moms.
Sorry, which army? Which does this guy really think that the Russian army has anything on the fucking United States Army? Are you fucking joking, bro? What?
I also marched for equality. I like to think I've been defending freedom from an early age.
I wish people don't talk enough about women in World War II. We've spoken before about the Soviets and the women who fought in Stalingrad, the women who actually basically threw themselves into what was going to be like certain death for the tactic of stalling the Nazis while they could prepare the counteroffensive, and also to the point that they had to get as close to the enemy as possible to stop the army, to stop the Nazis from using artillery against them. Like the amount of fucking courage that was taken by that, and the fact that it actually did bewilder the Nazis a little bit, that they were actually being given a run for their money by an army of like half women. So there's that example. There's also the example of the Wrens. You know, in the Battle of the Atlantic, which people normally associate with the Enigma code. The people who cracked the Enigma code obviously played a massive role in defeating the German U-boats, but it wasn't just them. The British also had this group of women called the Wrens, W-R-E-N, and their whole job was to analyze previous attacks and previous fights with the U-boats, and they turned their analysis of these previous attacks, because the whole point of U-boats is they were really hard to target. They couldn't spot them quick enough to just like drop those fucking mines in the sea to like, there were times that they could blow them up at a certain depth. But what these women did was that they took the logistics from previous battles and turned it into a fucking game, like a battleships game. And that was kind of their way of figuring out the best ways to respond to U-boats, like the best ways to spot them earlier, or the best, or to analyze their attack patterns so they knew exactly when to drop those like sea mines in to detonate. I can't remember what they're called. To detonate at the right time so they would explode and blow up the U-boats before they could actually launch their attack. Yeah, that was a bunch of fucking women doing that. Like, it's ingenious, actually. Like, the fact that they did that just with some fucking coordinates and a bit of like just all like mathematical data. Whereas the Nazis, with their very fucking blokish attitude, obviously didn't really utilize half the population in that way.
Standing at the altar to marry my other mom.
I guess they had like women concentration camp guards and shit in Ravensbrück, but...
With such powerful role models, I finished high school at the top of my class. I found it. A way to prove my inner strength and maybe shatter some stereotypes along the way. I'm U.S. Army Corporal Emma McCalling.
Now tell us which one would win, you fucking dense 20 IQ traitor cunt.
We're screwed, people. You get it? You get it? Like, can you imagine that Russian guy coming up against that girl? No offense to that girl. No offense.
Does he think modern warfare, do you think contemporary warfare is fist-to-fist fucking combat? Bro, and Dave knows this, okay? Because, well, actually, no, he doesn't, because Dave's really stupid. Dave's a big fucking Israel fan. You realize the IDF has a whole bunch of fucking women in there, right? And that's been the case since the 48 war. And every time they're up against 1, 2, 3, 4, like, fucking Arab divisions or armies or whatever, like, the Israelis win. The army with a bunch of women in it, versus, like, let's face it, like quite like much more traditional male-dominated forces of the Arabs. Like, fuck, he's so stupid.
To her lesbian mothers. No offense to the marching. No offense to equality. No offense to any of that. But if you give me a, East Village lesbian versus Vladimir Putin, who's gonna win? What are we doing? What are we doing? That's great.
That's good. Yes, that's why people like you lose the war, Dave. Yes, good. Yes, choose Vladimir Putin and get fucking the most abusive, disgusting fucking hazing procedures as a Russian recruit, and then go and get thrown like a fucking sheep to the meat grinder into the fucking war, where literally go launch battles over strategically meaningless fucking villages where you lose 1,000 of your top guys every day, where your war effort is so shit that fucking Prigozhin betrays you and runs over back to Russia to complain about the lack of ammunition. Prigozhin with two drums around his waist, banging them, going, Shoigu! Gerasimov! Like the fucking Cyclops in Hercules.
Nobody cares if you're gay. Nobody cares if you're straight. Nobody cares if you're trans. But which one of those seems like a country that is saying we are here? We are here for a purpose. We are here to defend ourselves. We are here because we believe in the documents that got us here, and we are strong and don't mess with us and all of that stuff. Now, again, maybe the Russian one is propaganda. I'm not going to sit here and defend a Russian army ad, right?
Obviously.
Although I would defend Ivan Drago fighting Rocky Balboa in Moscow on Christmas Day in
Comedian.
1985, I believe that was. But it's just like, you see these two things. Do we have a problem here? Like, we got a real problem here, and we're going to have to figure out how to deal with that. By the way, this is fantastic. Connor showed me this. My director showed me this right before we started. On that YouTube video, on the U.S. Army ad, now they shut off comments, so you're not allowed to comment on that, but this is absolutely incredible. There are 4.2 thousand, so 4,200 likes, 4.2 thousand likes, 86,000 dislikes. Are we inspiring people? Are we inspiring people? I don't know. You know, you can only garner or glean that much information from likes on YouTube videos, but like something ain't right. And again, I just want to say fantastic work with that cartoon girl and her lesbian mothers. That's wonderful. It's great. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just wonderful. But I think
Stream suggestions? I can't show that on stream. It's full of fucking nudes. Oh. But apparently the man in the military ad is a gay nude model. Okay. Interesting. Let me see. I'll find a way I can crop it. I don't know if I'm allowed to show this. But I can probably show like, okay, I'll do some manipulating. Okay. Shoigu. Okay. I'll just cover that bit of butt. Okay. Yeah, so apparently he's like a gay nude model. Okay. Is he even the same person? I can't. Okay. Huh. Maybe this is AI though. How am I supposed to know? Okay. Cool. Ah! Good memes. Okay. I think that was all fine.
Putin's got a leg up on us. Like, Putin's watching that video going,
Cover it with a Russian
okay,
flag.
guys. Don't worry. Invasion begin next week. Okay.
Yes, I've seen this. Oh, that was on the Blaze. You can't just vaporize my entire armed division. We had such a manly recruitment ad. Integrated fire support. Go off, Queens. Good. Jade, I'm just such a Genomite thing. Okay, good one. Good memes. Nice one. What about this one? What are your pronouns? Stop, please. Good one. Good memes. NAFO. Look at that. Okay. Oh. Lauren Chen on propaganda, little on the nose. Is it legal to show her on YouTube now? She's a traitor. Look at this. This is the head of a traitor. They should do the hey hey intro. Hey, it's Lauren here. Let's talk about...
Hey, Lauren here. Let's talk about government propaganda. the stuff that you see coming out of North Korea or heck, even Russia. Actually, let's talk about Russia for a second. As Vice News put out, Russian TikTok influencers are actually being paid to spread Kremlin propaganda. And in fact, there are several different Russian TikTok influencers who can be seen reading the exact same script to their audience, words that were probably given to them by the Russian government. Thank goodness that type of thing would never happen in a Western country. That's so outrageous. Huh. Well, that's a little on the nose, I suppose.
Suppose it is, isn't it? What was the context of this video? When did she make this? She was working for RT for quite a while, wasn't she? Is that Lauren Chen? Why does she look different there? Okay. Fallout. Okay. Okay. Golly. Unreal chat. Absolutely unreal. She's less Asian in that photo. and more Russia. I don't know. Russians are kind of Asian, depending on what part of Russia. What? Okay. Oh yeah, didn't Tim Pool not even know? Tim Pool didn't even know what her actual last name was. That's quite funny. Anyway, I'll need to do quite a bit of research today because we're debating it tomorrow. Is this a WIC panel? Yeah, we're debating the indictment tomorrow with Non-Smoker and Fabian Liberty so far. Me and Dylan. I'll have to do some prep. Might have to get behind the scenes with the boy. Maybe. Maybe. But in the meantime... Wait. Actually, not in the meantime. What am I going to do first? Shit. Jill Stein liking posts telling people to vote for Trump. Oh no. Oh no. It's the fact that she could be a Russian operative as someone who runs in elections for the presidency, bro. There's no way she'd be caught. There must have been like 1 million investigations into this person, right? Is it just a marriage of? Is it just like they? Sometimes you can just align accidentally, like me and the Mossad. They don't need to pay me, okay? I just love them unconditionally. Maybe it's like that. Or me and Hezbollah, and me and the Phalangists, and me and Mahmoud Abbas. Trust the plan. Trust his plan. So I don't think she's paid by the Kremlin. It wouldn't make sense. She'd have been caught by now, right? Right? Russian High Command trying to check in on the VDV at Hostel Motel. Eh? Whoa! What's this? What? What am I looking at? Ukraine? Okay. Is this like one of those non-credible defense memes that you only understand if you know the details of every single fucking battle? Okay. Whatever, bro. What a wacky world we're living in. It's not that wacky. It's perfectly normal. What I just saw there, perfectly normal. Nothing wrong with it. You know what? I never actually watched. It's really old. This is before it all started, but it's a whole thing, isn't it? That Lauren interviewed Dugan, fucking Dugan. Who knows? George Galloway interviews Brianna Joy Gray? I'd never thought I'd see this crossover.
Now, Brianna Joy Gray is a very important American.
Oh, sorry. He's actually worked for RT. Like, there's no question about it for this guy, right?
Yes, indeed.
There's no question.
She's now preeminent.
Is Brianna a Russian operative? It's okay. Don't worry.
Host and analyst.
Don't worry about
and
it.
a veteran of many a platform, including her own Bad Faith podcast, which is a must listen. But formerly, she was the National Press Secretary for Bernie Sanders in his greatest days, which are sadly behind him. Brianna, welcome to the mother of all talk shows, and you are the mother of all American guests. So let me pay a particular tribute to your work. Over the last couple of years, I've been following you closely. I want you to talk us through where you think the presidential election race stands now, on the day that Russiagate has been resuscitated. The former deputy to the governor of New York has been arrested as a Chinese agent. Are they getting ready to outsource the fault for a coming Democratic Party defeat?
Where did we hear that? Oh, wait. Someone said that. Maybe I didn't log that one. Someone else said that. Who the fuck said that? Before the election. Was it Greenwald or was it? It was one of these fucks. I just didn't write this one down. Oh shit. Sounds like Greenwald. We need to find it now. Oh shit. What did he say here? Mentions the Mueller report. Downplays. Okay. Hunter Biden would have swayed the election, obviously. Mocks the idea. Asserts charges are politically motivated. We got that. Okay. Says the grand jury will indict a ham sandwich. Okay. That might come up. He looks plastered in foundation. It's either that or formaldehyde. He says it's laughable that Russia could have influenced the election outcome. Russia gave just a few bots. The Jill Stein Peace Conference. Fuck. Who the fuck said this yesterday? Someone said this, that they were doing it because they anticipate a debate. We got some saying it's politically motivated. Fuck. I remember thinking maybe I'll write this down. Oh God. Let's see if it was Candace. Speed up. Fuck. Why won't it speed?
Is innocent
Well, let's not speed
until
up.
proven
Right.
guilty. So I'm looking forward to an actual trial because it's been years and
You
we still
kidding
don't
me?
have a
Why
trial date
won't
for
this
this,
speed up?
where evidence gets to then be entered into the court and then we get to follow the evidence and we get to see what they actually have. And it's not just innuendo and a media telling us what to think. I really look forward to that for everybody, including, by the way, Lauren Chen. It's just an unbelievable situation here. I really want to say I cannot stand neocons. I just can't. I just really hope we don't.
I don't think it was this one. I don't think it was this one. I think it might have been Russell Brand.
Breaking news. The Biden administration taking a series of actions to target what they allege are attempts by Russian-backed actors to manipulate public opinion here in the U.S. ahead of the presidential election.
Good
This
one.
story, Russiagate 0.20, covers a variety of complex ideas. We're going to be starting with, how can the mainstream media be carrying once again the idea that Russia are interfering in elections? And does that seem plausible to you when Putin has already declared that his personal preference would be a Kamala Harris presidency? And what's happening with the elite DOJ investigation into independent content creators? And we're going to touch upon Stephen Crowder, Rumble Creators investigation into the DOJ.
He said it was leaked. Like Tim Pool and the other. I didn't catch that the first time. It was leaked. Just like Tim and Benny Johnson. Okay. 30. 45. Okay.
We're going to have to work out what is it that this version of Russiagate is about. Okay, guys, let's get into it. First of all, maybe we should start off with, let's have a look at the mainstream media reporting on the subject, pushing the idea that it is indeed Russiagate 0.20.
Breaking news. The Biden administration taking a series of actions to target what they allege are attempts by Russian-backed actors to manipulate public opinion here in the U.S. ahead of the presidential election, according to two senior U.S. officials. Joining us now is NBC's Kendall Langan.
Oh, at the beginning, he also did suggest it was politically motivated. Politically motivated.
What more have we learned? Jose, this is being described by our sources as a whole-of-government action designed to target Russian propaganda and disinformation aimed at interfering in the 2024 election. It is said to include sanctions by the Treasury Department, law enforcement action by the Justice Department, and one of the focuses is on RT, formerly known as Russia Today, that network of Russian government-funded English-language websites and television platforms that was flagged all the way back in 2017 by the U.S. intelligence community as a vehicle for Russian disinformation and election interference. And at that time, the Justice Department required RT to register as a foreign agent. It remains to be seen exactly what actions the U.S. will take against RT today, but this does appear to represent an escalation in the efforts to try to purge the system of Russian propaganda and disinformation. What's interesting is that, look, the U.S. has been saying all along that not only Russia, but Iran and China, but particularly Russia, has been consistently trying to manipulate American public opinion with disinformation on social media platforms, use of fake accounts, and through RT, through its state-sponsored platforms, as they did in 2016. The difference now is that there are mechanisms in place, particularly on social media platforms, to try to stop and flag fake accounts before the influence operations spread too widely. So it remains to be seen what impact this Russian disinformation is having. But nonetheless, this is a stance by the Biden administration to say if you're violating U.S. laws and policies, we're going to come after you. And Attorney General Merrick Garland is expected to chair a meeting of the government's election task force this afternoon, with FBI Director Chris Wray and other officials, and he may have public comments to make about this effort at that time.
Like the first time they did that, Russiagate, it seemed like an inability to address the lack of their government's actual popularity, a disinterest, or in fact uninterested electorate turning away from the kind of mainstream politics that consistently fail to deliver the type of results that the electorate feel that they deserve, and in fact, you could argue that they do deserve. This version of it, don't you think that this is sort of an attempt to create absolute bewilderment? Don't you think that what we're living in now is a time of such sort of delirium that, like, do you think that Russian misinformation could genuinely impact the outcome of the 2024 election? Because there is so much body information to consume. Let me firstly get to this. Morning Joe certainly unhappy with the idea that we could potentially be dealing with Putin supporting Kamala Harris, that they consider to be trolling.
It's been long since I've called
He kind of went on a pivot there, but he's saying it here, isn't he?
Spread too widely. So it remains to be seen what impact this Russian disinformation is having. But nonetheless, this is a stance by the Biden administration to say if you're violating U.S. laws and policies, we're going to come after you. And Attorney General Merrick Garland is expected to chair a meeting of the government's election task force this afternoon, with FBI Director Chris Wray and other officials, and he may have public comments to make about this effort at that time.
Like the first time they did that, Russiagate, it seemed like an inability to address the lack of their government's actual popularity, a disinterest, or in fact uninterested electorate turning away from the kind of mainstream politics that consistently fail to deliver the type of results that the electorate. Like the first time they did that, Russiagate, it seemed like an inability to address the lack of their government's actual popularity, a disinterest, or in fact uninterested electorate turning away from the kind of mainstream politics that consistently fail to deliver the type of results that the electorate feel that they deserve, and in fact, you could argue that they do deserve. This version of it, don't you think that this is sort of an attempt to create absolute bewilderment? Don't you think that what we're living in now is a time of such sort of delirium that, like, do you think that Russian misinformation could genuinely impact the outcome of the 2024 election? Because there is so much body information to consume. Let me firstly get to this. Morning Joe certainly unhappy with the idea.
Okay, yeah, that's more or less like the same idea as what Mr. Galloway's saying.
Welcome to the mother of all talk shows, and you are the mother of all American guests. So let me pay a particular tribute to your work. Over the last couple of years, I've been following you closely. I want you to talk us through where you think the presidential election race stands, that Russiagate has been resuscitated. The former deputy to the governor of New York has been arrested as a Chinese agent. Are they getting ready to outsource the fault for a coming Democratic Party defeat?
First, I just want to thank you for that very generous introduction. I really do appreciate it. To the question of the state of the U.S. presidential race, I do think you can read into what seemingly is a manufactured resurgence of Russiagate, and also into the
hit the fucking. What did you say about it?
The presidential race. I do think you can read into what seemingly is a manufactured resurgence of Russiagate, and also into the spike in focused attacks on Jill Stein and her Green Party campaign, a sense of vulnerability among Democrats who are realizing that the spike in enthusiasm over Kamala Harris taking over from Joe Biden.
Jill Stein's back in? Okay. There's a little bit of mutual cover there. Okay. Definitely a cop. He's probably the goddamn police commissioner.
That was generated around the DNC has started to wane. They were branding the enthusiasm spike as a sort of Brat Summer reference to a popular album over the summer, but that doesn't seem like there's much of a plan for what's going to happen in the fall. And I do.
Oh, thanks for that, Dono the Devil. One thing is certain: Canadian and UK treasonous persons are the real invaders trying to destroy America from the inside out. I mean, you got me and George Galloway doing it from Scotland, okay? Do we cancel each other out?
You know, the panic is well-founded when you
Went
look
past Jill Stein, but this is a funny one.
RT conference.
Yeah.
Hello, campaign supporters and friends. Coming to you from Red Square in Moscow. Just want to thank you so much for making this wonderful, inspiring trip possible. It has been really incredible to be here at the RT conference in Moscow, meeting with press and policy people from all over the world, including from Russia and Europe and Paris and Germany. It's been so inspiring to see rising up at this very critical and perilous moment that we're in, a moment of grave militarism, potential nuclear confrontation, climate meltdown, and expanding war. It's been so wonderful to see people come together from across all borders and from across the political spectrum, really, come together around basic human values, around human rights, around the need for international law, including the need to rein in U.S. exceptionalism and totally reform and revise our foreign policy so that it is based on international law, human rights, and diplomacy. It's been very exciting to see our message and our vision really resonate with others who are really looking for a way to bring us all together around a world that works for all of us. And that's really what our message has been here, that we don't need war in Syria. We don't need nuclear confrontation.
Okay.
We don't need climate meltdown. We do have a way forward based on...
Blaming the United States, but nothing to do with Russia, even though this is a year after they've annexed Crimea, right? This is maybe just under 2 years? This is very shortly after Russia's just annexed Crimea, Jill Stein.
A green economy,
and you're blaming American exceptionalism.
And on
no.
diplomacy, and working with each other
she's so bad.
across our histories of conflict to transcend that and actually sit down in respect and replace a U.S. policy of domination with a way forward based on respect, collaboration, international law, and human rights. We've seen that vision really resonate here, and I'm so looking forward to the work ahead. Thank you so much for making this possible.
Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, there's too much to keep up with. Okay, let's go back to Brianna.
Polling data, which shows, for instance, that Kamala Harris remains behind in all of the swing states, and additionally, that she is tied with Jill Stein, 26% to 26% among Muslim voters, who might be the determinants of the election outcome in states like Michigan, which are must win for Kamala Harris. So yes, I do think that you can read into some of the news focus right now, a kind of vulnerability and insecurity from the Democratic Party, which makes me less bullish on Kamala Harris than I might have been if you had asked me what I think is probably going to happen just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, the famous Clinton question, where's the beef? Well, there ain't.
Okay. Also furthers the idea that this is an attempt to bounce back from the end of Brat's summer. I'll have to get more direct quotes at some point, but we're just feeling around now, okay? That's what we're doing.
Ain't no beef in the Kamala Harris shtick.
Oh, no, that's not George Galloway.
Joy. If you'll forgive the pun, Brianna Joy Gray, you can't win an election on joy, especially when not many people...
If one of these people mentions, they won't. There's no fucking way. If one of these people mentions Hitler's strength through joy, I might kill myself. I will become this person. If one of them says that the joy thing is to do with Hitler, I will probably become this guy. Okay? I need someone to hold my hand as I play the next few seconds. Okay.
People are feeling that joy.
For many reasons. Domestically, people having a lot of concerns about a housing crisis, cost of food, education costs, transportation costs, all of the same problems that are endemic because of deep flaws in our economic system and the economic priorities of both Democrats and Republicans in the United States of America. But it's also particularly pernicious, I think, to be trying to brand herself as carrying the politics of joy when she has been very clear that she is not going to break with Joe Biden's policy with respect to Israel, where a genocide is taking place and the ethnic cleansing regime has moved into the West Bank.
A joinocide. Oh, the ethnic cleansing. Yeah, the famous... The coveted settling of Jenin refugee camp. It's so stupid. Okay.
Not just limited to Gaza. To contrast the idea that you are joyful and hopeful with what is going on under your watch, not just because she's running for president, but because she is currently the vice president of the United States of America, I think is rubbing a lot of voters the wrong way. And while there was a period of time where she could kind of take advantage of the ambiguity around her position and people could project onto her the belief that she was going to be softer toward Palestinians, at least linguistically, the fact that she was kind of forced to state her position in that recent Dana Bash interview when she said unequivocally that she is not going to back an arms embargo. I think that is making a lot of younger voters, Muslim and Arab voters, and other people who are just anti-war, including on the right side of the aisle, very skeptical of Kamala Harris and looking for political alternatives.
Yeah, I mean, who's running America, Brianna? Many of us are asking this. It's clearly not the old guy on the deck chair on the beach in Delaware again. It's clearly not Miss Joy, who's cackling around the country on the election trail. We're in the middle of multiple international crises, at least two of which could lead to World War III. It is a matter of some mystery to the rest of the world as to who's actually running America.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the answer to that question is the same, frankly, regardless of who is technically sitting in the White House. And
listen, Russian interference? Nah, stupid. Okay? Don't mind the indictments and don't mind the fact that people have actually been found guilty for it in the past. Don't mind that. Who really runs the country? AIPAC. It's going to be AIPAC.
The kind of absence of Joe Biden from the political scene and the lack of confidence in Kamala Harris as his understudy is just really underscoring the extent to which money runs the United States of America. If you want to see how a politician is going to behave, you should look at who's on their donor rolls. And that is why you're seeing this consistency of policy between Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris on these key matters, including and principally, as you point out, foreign policy. I think that anybody who's afraid is very right to be afraid.
Are you fucking joking? Trump said, finish the war, get the job done. Kamala Harris said, ceasefire and get the hostages back. How the fuck do you think these two are the same thing? I guess you do if you're like a white person, like Brianna Joy Gray, who doesn't actually understand that one of these things leads to more Arabs dying and the other one doesn't. Like, maybe that's the problem. Is that from the safety of the United States, you might just not notice that one of these actually gets a lot more people killed and the other one doesn't. But, okay.
I don't think it's necessarily just because Kamala or Biden is or isn't at the helm. It's because the same forces of the military-industrial complex that have been leading American policy for since time immemorial, frankly, are the same ones that are driving U.S. policy in a way that is accelerationist in the region, and about the very legitimate.
It's a fucking joke. She's obviously not white. She's just saying white shit. She's just saying the kind of shit. If you think because whatever doesn't fit your maximalist demands is all the same, then that means you think Trump saying finish the war, finish the job, and it was in the past spoken about bombing the houses of terrorists even when they're not there, like to kill their families, versus Kamala saying we need to have a ceasefire and to get the hostages back, and has already expressed fucking issues with Netanyahu more so than Biden even has. If you think these two are the same, it's because that's a white thing to say, okay? That is so disconnected from the suffering that is actually happening in Gaza right now to say something like that. It's so stupid.
Threat of World War III.
I would have liked, with all of my heart, for all kinds of sentimental as well as political reasons, to have been able fully to support RFK Jr.'s presidential run. But the atrocity of his view on the Israel-Palestine conflict made that completely impossible. But that doesn't mean I cannot dispassionately evaluate the impact that I think his going over to the Trump campaign may have on the outcome. It seems to me that at least his 5%, and maybe more, at least his 5% will go to Trump. Dr. Jill, my friend, the one I'm supporting, Dr. Jill Stein, is a net loss for the Democrats. Anyone that votes for her is a vote off Kamala Harris. The Democrats are not lying about that. And therefore, for both of those reasons, the way I see it right now, it's Trump's prize to win. He can only lose it now. The Democrats will not be able to win it.
Well, I agree with parts of that and not others. I do think there are a lot of Green Party voters who are Green Party voters or independent voters first and foremost, who might have voted for Bernie and been brought into the Democratic Party because of Bernie Sanders, but are not typically Democratic voters. Bernie performed better than any other candidate in that very crowded 2020 race with independents, and has that particular appeal. And I don't think it's a one-to-one of Jill Stein voters who would otherwise have voted for the Democrat, Kamala Harris, especially in the context of the war in Gaza, which is such a key issue for so many people in this race in particular. I would point out that in 2016, there were more people
What is that Galloway accent? I think it's like Central Belt.
Michigan who voted and left the top of the ballot blank. In other words, went to the polls, stood in line, voted for all the down ballot candidates, but refused to vote for Hillary Clinton, then were needed for Hillary to win in that state. So in other words, there were people who wanted to vote and who even wanted to vote for Democrats down ballot, but uniquely didn't want to vote for that candidate. So the idea that the Green Party vote is dispositive in these elections isn't entirely true. There was a similar statistic back in 2000 with Ralph Nader, where more registered Democrats in Florida voted for George Bush than voted for the Green Party. So there's a lot of interesting stuff happening there electorally. I do agree that most RFK Jr. voters were likely to vote for the Republican and the alternative anyway, but I also share your concern that RFK Jr. could have done something really interesting. He could have used the dissatisfaction with the two major candidates at the time, Donald Trump and Joe Biden, to build a third party, to build something institutionally that lasted longer than his individual run, that really presented a challenge to the duopoly. And he chose not to do that. He chose to run as an independent outside of a party structure, lacking the infrastructure to have longevity, making it more difficult to get on the ballot. Now he picked a billionaire as his VP, which made it a lot easier for him to get on the ballot than it was for someone like, let's say, Cornel West, who's been really struggling in that regard, because it does take a lot of money. This is fundamentally a money game. It's what's so unfortunate about politics in this country. That being said, it wasn't enough. He obviously ultimately capitulated. He has a disastrous record on Israel, which I think probably cost him his really amazing campaign manager.
How many states did this happen in 2016 where Jill Stein gets 50,000 votes? And Hillary loses by 10,000. How How many other states did this happen in? Would Pennsylvania? Hmm. 26. Oh, that would be very close, but yeah. Yeah. Wisconsin. What the fuck? That's not right. This one. 30,000. It's 3 states. Ooh. Okay. Interesting.
First campaign
Why
manager.
are they so interested in Jill Stein, though? Unless, is it because she's a fellow... is she a fellow operative? Bro. Fuck.
Who was Dennis Kucinich, who has been very consistent and courageous on that issue throughout his career. And ultimately, I think a lot of Kennedy voters are asking themselves, how can you be against corruption and money in politics? How can you take a stand against that when your view toward Israel and that particular conflict seems to be so driven by your associations with people like Rabbi Shmuley and more specifically, various moneyed interests? Where's the transparency behind your campaign? How can we trust you to govern in the interest of the American people when you were willing to select a VP? I'm sure she's a nice person and all, but the metrics seem to have been who can provide him the cash flow to his campaign to run as an independent outside of a party structure. None of that says to me I'm interested in actually undermining the duopoly or having a long-term impact on American elections. It seems to me to be more about himself as a candidate, which is why you saw him running as I'm a Kennedy Democrat, and blazoned over everything, to I'm an independent, to now I'm with Donald Trump. I'm wondering, what's the ideology? How can we predict what your beliefs are going to be? What's your theory of change? And I think that's why he really struggled in the race.
Now, of course, the last man who could have done all of those things was Bernie Sanders. He was our very first inductee to our Hall of Fame here on the Mother of All Talk Shows. He was our numero uno, but we all feel that he let us down. He and Kennedy, therefore, both let us down. Will anyone save us from the disastrous duopoly of Republican and Democrat in the U.S.?
I mean, I think that's a good question, and part of why it's so important to be focused on organizations that have accountability measures built in, as opposed to individual leaders. I would never have guessed, frankly, and maybe that's my own naivete, and I've certainly learned from the experiences that I've had, that Bernie Sanders would ultimately capitulate the way that he has to the interests of the Democratic Party. I mean, the first evidence of this first appointment was obviously the endorsement of Hillary back in 2016, instead of choosing to run as a third-party candidate. In 2020, I felt it was even more egregious. Largely because he endorsed so quickly, seemingly getting very little in the way of concessions. The oral concessions that he got from Joe Biden to say at least press for a $15 minimum wage were immediately sabotaged by the Democrats in the spring of Joe Biden's first term. And despite those disappointments, those betrayals, Bernie Sanders, again, endorsed early Joe Biden even prior to a primary season being played out. The Democrats actively suppressed the primary, and you didn't hear a peep about it from people like Bernie Sanders or AOC or many of the other progressives who immediately endorsed and fell in line, even when there was the potential of having a real challenger, even when someone like RFK Jr., for instance, was still in the race.
No one gives a fuck. Sorry, no one in the Democrats give a fuck. It's only people from the outside who want to sow chaos to allow Trump to win, which coincidentally coincides with Russia's interests because it would reduce the likelihood of America giving aid to Ukraine. Whoa.
Democrat, not to mention Marianne Williamson and Dean Phillips. To answer your question, I do think it relies on building party power. It's why I am particularly interested in the Green Party right now, because Jill Stein is the only person running within the context of a party system that can do the work between elections to elect candidates down ballot, local candidates, and to also have the possibility of getting to 5% of the vote, at which point they get federal matching funds and ballot access. They make it much easier to mount even more impactful campaigns down the line. But I think the crucial thing is to get people...
Bro. Force the vote was... What the fuck was that? Oh no.
To understand, get the American voter to understand that it is falling for the vote blue no matter who, that enables the two parties to play off of one another and offer the public less and less every single round. And if someone doesn't stop it, if someone doesn't divest from that system and buy into alternatives, I'm really fearful of where this could lead us ultimately, not just as a nation, but because of the impact of America on the global scale as an entire globe.
Amen. Give Dr. Joe my regards and best wishes, please. Brianna Joy Gray, it's been a joy to interview you here on the Mother of All Talk Shows.
They both just used that opportunity to promote Jill Stein, who's like a dubiously connected to Russia candidate who's never going to be able to win or build any power. She hasn't built any power for the last 10 years. She hasn't grown her movement. She's achieved nothing. Bro. What's going on? Rest of the video is essentially a promo for Jill Stein. I wrote a big here. Big Big, not too sure about that one, bub. Okay. This is... It's freaking me out. I don't... Why did they all say it was leaked? Why did 3 people say it was... Russell Brand isn't even that closely connected to Tim Pool and Benny Johnson. Why did he say it? Why did Russell Brand say it was leaked? Oh, Hassan went on the deprogram again. Nice. I can't watch a 1-hour Hassan clip. It's just too long. We can watch a 1-hour clip, though. Still molding about the media bias chart.
Your whole channel and political view categorized as propaganda and less reliable than Joe Rogan ever. Wait. Yeah, it was by an absolute dumbass. I'm not dodging your question. That fucking absolutely 0 people care, especially in like regular mainstream media, about some fucking dumbass spreadsheet that you found online, especially when you got, I guess, so excited to talk about that spreadsheet to be like, oh, Hassan looks like a fucking misinformer here. He's like Alex Jones. If you look at that actual media bias chart and reliability chart, it puts like Daily Wire in the center, which I suspect you might not have such a, no need to be butthurt. I don't think I'm the butthurt one, especially considering that you watched a CNN docuseries present me as an literal fucking person who tackles misinformation online, got upset, brought up a fucking spreadsheet in the midst of me looking at a fun OK Buddy content OK Buddy content seminar after 112 days of not looking at these fucking community memes. You are
God, that's really I didn't understand half of the words he said there. What the fuck? According to CNN, Hassan is saving the youth from MAGA communists like Jackson Hinkle. Okay.
Oh yeah, my next Sunday on CNN, story. Baby. Let's go. Next Sunday on CNN,
Jackson
baby.
Hinkle.
Donnie O'Sullivan.
Next Sunday on The Whole Story, how does a Bernie bro become a pro-Trump, pro-Putin social media superstar?
I've been to Russia, I've been to China. Their major cities are much nicer.
Donnie O'Sullivan meets the terminally online young men of the disillusioned
Is that the Yankee Tanky?
MAGA communism. You know people watching CNN are going to say, you're crazy.
And star influencers trying to stop the spread of misinformation.
I want to make sure that they're not falling down this right-wing rabbit hole.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper.
Okay.
Whoa! Whoa! Let's go, baby! Woo!
I want people to know how to identify a JDAM from the sound of a whistle. I want people to know. I want people to know that Boris Johnson fucked the peace deal between Russia and Ukraine, the very good peace deal, which completely disarmed Ukraine and left them with no assurances that they wouldn't just be attacked again later and also ceded territory. I love that. Why is Tommy Robinson crying?
Since the 27th of July...
Oh, he's not. He's just pink.
There's been a full-on attack. Our government have acted tyrannical in an attempt to oppress you, to silence you, to intimidate you, and to scare you, okay? Locking people up for words on Facebook, live streaming it, videoing it, pumping those videos using their globalist corporate media...
It's for incitement to violence as per British law, but okay.
...media around the world into your lounges to scare you to think you have no rights. Even if you do have rights, you're too scared to exercise them. If we allow this to happen, I've sat and watched it, okay? I've sat and watched it all thinking, what do we do next? What do we do here? We have no choice.
Do what?
Any of us. but to come
Tommy
out,
Robinson always knows exactly what to say to incite stuff without actually doing it to cross a legal boundary. He knows exactly how to tell the audience what to do without telling them to do it explicitly. We have no choice. Okay.
in our tens and hundreds of thousands,
Hundreds
outside
of
10
thousands.
Downing Street. Keir
Mate, no one likes you. There were two people. There were two people in Glasgow. Two.
Okay, I've sat and watched it all thinking, what do we do next? What do we do here? We have no choice, any of us, but to come out in our tens and hundreds of thousands outside 10 Downing Street to Keir Starmer to send him a message. You will not intimidate us into silence. Now, some people understand. I can see people saying we're all going to get mass arrested. No. What happened during the riots was not legitimate, organised, legal and lawful protests. What we organise each time is legal, lawful protests. We cooperate, we liaise with the Metropolitan Police Force every time to make sure you have a safe environment. Now, we have protected rights that they cannot take, if done properly. We will do it properly, okay? So come along, don't be scared. And even if you are scared, I'm scared. I'm scared of what faces for me, And courage is not about not being scared. It's about being scared and
Where do you want to do this?
Doing the right thing. That's what it's about, okay? So you have to join us on the 26th of October. We have to send a message that your tyranny...
I'll be out of the country. Thank God.
That your attempt to bully... What do you do with a bully? You stand up...
How pro free speech are you? Would you support the First Amendment for your country? Yeah, I like the First Amendment. I don't like what we do here. I think what we do here, people exaggerate how bad it is, but there are problems. There are problems.
Don't run from him. What's the message to your kids with a bully? Do not back down to a bully, or they continue. So we must confront that bully in a peaceful, legitimate way. Outside 10 Downing Street, we have a fabulous film coming, okay? A fabulous documentary, The Truth About the Riots. The whole world is going to know why the British public are angry, okay? Keir Starmer wants to pretend it's just this big...
I really hope they use the video of the Yemeni wedding where they were running around with swords. I really hope they show that.
Far-right movement. We're going to show the world why you're angry. We're going to link it to the migrants and their crime wave of rape throughout our great, beautiful
Oh, the rape
nation.
crime wave.
English women.
Sorry, you know we have the rape stats. We know we have the stats, and we know that white people are actually disproportionately represented, slightly, in rape stats. It seems to be that every ethnic group seems to rape at about the same rate in the UK. You know that? We know we have data for this. Like the British government publishes it for everyone to see. It's actually quite easy to find as well. Look, that's defendants prosecuted for child sexual abuse offenses, and that's their demographic makeup. White people, 89% of defendants, 82% of the population. Despite! Yeah. Asians, 9% of the population, 6%. Underrepresented. Wow, crazy. Yeah, we have this. We have the data. Sorry. Yeah, fucking kill yourself. Like, what? 2021, 22. It's recent as well. Where's that video? Where?
Target in every single town and city. I'm going to prove it to you, okay? So I'm asking you is, this is the most important day. If you're scared, I get it.
This is what the deep state doesn't want you to know, okay? The liberals, the left, they don't want to talk about this. They don't want to talk about the fact that actually ethnic groups tend to rape at about the same rate in the UK. People don't tell you that. Just the government don't want to talk about that. Tom Robinson didn't want to talk about that.
We have rights. If we allow them, it's like January 6th in the United States. What they've attempted to do over the last month is scare you into even speaking. Scare you into coming out on the streets. We have to... They're going to watch what happens on the 26th of October. We need them sitting there thinking, fuck, that didn't work. No, it didn't work. We've got more friends, and we come back stronger.
Yeah.
Okay? And we will also show and humiliate them in our behaviour. Yeah? They wanted to deem us as thugs, as hooligans, as knuckle draggers.
Yeah?
We are the British public.
And cokeheads. Don't forget cokeheads.
Whether you like it or not, Keir, okay, we're the British public. And we're not going to be silent, as we keep telling you. We want our country back from communist, tyrannical bastards like you, okay? If you're pissed off and you're upset about them taking the winter fuel...
What does this have to do with communists? You know what Keir Starmer did to communists in 2011, right? He did exactly the same thing. He arrested them at disproportionate rates, gave them disproportionate sentences, made sure their sentences were quick. He did all the same shit. What are you talking about, communists? You fucking retard.
Balance from our old age pensioners and housing migrants continually, okay, and pretending that your legitimate concerns are those of the far right. Join us. If you're frustrated, do you know, and the message...
Why does he look boiled? Oh, because all those riots that happened in the UK, Tommy was more or less inciting them from a 5-star hotel in Cyprus. He was literally being a white Haj Amin al-Husseini. That's what he was doing. Yeah. He was just inciting all that shit from a different country. Like from...
message is, I'll go jail, yeah? People are going to go jail. Unfortunately, people have to go jail for us to win this battle. And
do you use an electric or an acoustic toothbrush? I don't know what an acoustic toothbrush is, but I use an electric.
I wanted to argue with my contempt of court case that it's not in the public's interest to send me to prison. It is in the public's interest if they send me to prison. Because that's part
you're a criminal.
of the awakening. It's part of the exposure. It's part of the public realising what we live under, okay? It's part of waking those ones up who think we have a justice system and realising we don't. We don't, all right? Soon we realise that. There's a mass awakening happening. You need to get your friends, you need to get your loved ones, you need to get your families, and you need to come on the 26th of October, please. Most important day. I sat there, do you know what? And I have a team, a fabulous, fabulous team. And I was in a dark place 2 weeks ago. Man, I'd probably share it. I'd had a drink, yeah? I was in the darkest place ever, man. And I sat for a week thinking, what do I do here, right? Do you know when it was? My kids were with me, and my kids then went home. So my kids went home, and I'm on my own again, right? And I've been on my own for 2 years now. I'm on my own. I'm away in a new town, in a new country, working out what to do, and I buried my head. And do you know the team at Urban Scoop, the team you pay for, the team that's now recruited Sammy Woodhouse, I watched as they went up and down the country, as they planned and scripted and wrote this next film. It's a Tommy Robinson film. It's not, okay? It's an Urban Scoop production by you, for you. Giving a voice to the families of the men who have been kidnapped by the British state who are political prisoners. To the families of those men who are sitting in prisons getting beaten.
The people who have been arrested for committing crimes. Yes. Yeah? Those people.
And violently. I know how you feel. I've been there. My family know how we feel. I understand your fear.
He's selling a film so you can buy more cocaine. That's all this is. Yeah.
Any consolation at all, the role your husbands are playing and your fathers are playing is an incredibly important role to waking up the masses. People have watched what they've done in this last 4 weeks across the world. It's been a humiliation to the British establishment and government, and it must continue. So we go straight into the lines then, on the 26th of October, in the most peaceful manner ever, okay? We will put on a spectacle. You will see a fabulous documentary proving to the world why you're angry, proving why those men come out in every town and city, okay? We're going to prove it to everyone. It was legitimate anger at the betrayal of our nation. 6 minutes, 7 seconds so far. I'm sorry, yeah? Please, if you've stood with me before, stand with us again. This is the most important day for us. If we allow the British public to be intimidated from exercising their democratic rights to peacefully protest, we've lost. We've lost already.
Damn, I'm going to be in America that time. Fuck, maybe I should be here filming them. Maybe I should go and get some interviews with 100,000 fucking meatheads. Oh no, that's gonna be quite wild.
Okay, they're coming for our speech. They're coming for our freedom. What do you do with a bully? You confront him. 26th October, we confront them outside 10 Downing Street. Make your plans, be there. Love you all, all right? And don't worry, I'll be there. Don't listen to the bullshit, okay? They're going to mass arrest us. No, they're not. We're going to work with the police. There's a very big difference to what we put on each time, which we'll do again, and what happened over those days. And they used certain circumstances, as they do. If you don't liaise with them, they can bring in new powers. We liaise with them. We're working with them. We want it to be peaceful for you. Join us, man. 26th October. The fight is on. No one said it was going to be easy, did they? Yeah? It's not going to be easy, but we're fighting.
Okay. Brilliant. Well, unfortunately, listen, guys, since I just all for donations, on a completely unrelated note, I am basically going to be engaging in cyber warfare with the Russian government. So you're going to have to, keep me alive, keep me floating. They're going to come after me. They'll come after my family. So give me money. That'll help, apparently. Don't mind that. Okay. Sorry, the Bad Empanada fans are coming out strong on my Twitter. It's always the same, though. I just have to block like 3 people, then it all stops. What? How to apply a tourniquet. Wow, that's so cool. Anyway, I need to go and get my sandwich, and then we're going to watch Charlie Kirk. 1 second. What is this? Oh my god, a wolf. All right, watch this. Probably not the music. All right. Be right back.
Funded by the Boxbellen oligarchs. Sorry, was there like a $20 dono? What the fuck? You guys are being very generous today. What the fuck? So early in the day. So early in the stream. Hang on. It's quite a lot. Okay. Rose thanks for the $5. The world is a box, not flat. True. Souljo, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Gifted. Ajuk 00, thanks for the 25 Polish. Britain lied for 50 years about Enigma. It was first broken by 3 Polish guys, then the Germans updated it, then Turing used computer to brute force it. It's also the fact that when they broke the Enigma code, it still didn't really work because the Germans kept on changing it. And then they actually had to get, there was a U-boat that they had, there was a U-boat that had to be abandoned, and the Germans were unable to sink it as they abandoned it. So they were able to actually get an Enigma machine out of the boat. And then that helped them, but then they couldn't just respond perfectly to every German attack, because then the Germans would know that they had an Enigma machine, that they'd figured it out. So what the British actually did was they allowed some convoys, which had civilians on it, like civilian merchants, they allowed some of them to just get fucked up by the U-boats. They had to just, even though they could have stopped them, because the ethical dilemma was, do we either save a few people in the short term, let the Germans figure out what's happened, and then they get around it, and then we lose more people in the future, or we sacrifice a few British merchants now so that we can keep up the advantage for longer. They actually did that, yeah. It wasn't until the Wrens, the woman, who played those fucking little games with the attack patterns of the U-boats, that they were actually able to get the upper hand and fuck them up. Yeah. And World War II, people were up to some crazy ethical decisions back then. God. What's this? Oh, Stuff Slacker, thanks for the 50 Swedish. Really appreciate that. Damn. All right, wait. Now, I'm a bit worried because I think Jubilee is able to copyright strike videos, no? But I know Destiny watched this yesterday. So how did he get away with that? It's an hour and a half. Okay. Charlie Kirk debating 25 liberal college students on abortion. He was probably watching it on Kick. No, I saw it on YouTube, didn't I? No, I was watching it on YouTube. It wasn't on Kick. I'll tell you what we'll do. We will fire up a Twitch stream, and if we get struck, read the transcript. True. If I'll fire up a Twitch stream. Okay. Because Twitch won't do the same thing. It's a YouTube thing that might fuck it up. So you guys should preemptively go to Twitch now as a self-defense mechanism. Or whatever. And if we get struck, you guys know where to go at least. Okay. So go Twitch, because you know what? I need to build my Twitch audience. We need to branch out. Okay. All right. Charlie Kirk debates 25 liberal college students on... It's a few things, isn't it? One of them is abortion. Let's have a look.
Do you think men can give birth?
I think that...
yes or no question?
I think that a person who is assigned
Yes
male
or no
at birth,
question?
I don't think they
Assigned
can give
male
birth.
at birth, so people are not male at birth?
I think that a person...
See, your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
So what do you say in some cases women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not, they're not murderers. We
So
do
what's
not
the
know-
difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb?
That's actually the best point somebody made.
It's not about the cells.
No,
It's not about. No, I'm
I know,
speaking.
we're-
No, I'm speaking. No,
we're
I'm
both
speaking. No,
pumped
I'm
cells,
speaking.
okay?
No, I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking.
Want to say it one more time?
No, I'm speaking.
Hello, everyone. I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I am surrounded by 20 woke college kids. My first prompt is, abortion is murder and should be illegal.
Wait. I don't want to eat while I'm watching this because it's like a segment material, you know? That's just... Hype train on Twitch. Thanks, guys. No, I want to start watching something else because I don't like watching this shit when I'm eating. It's rude.
Remember the Holodomor?
Let's see. Oh, thanks for the sub, Zubranovich. Hang on. What is there? Let me watch something while I eat. Hang on. The fuck? Oh, 3... Wait. Okay. What's this?
Israeli officials say 3 people have been killed in a shooting attack at a border crossing between the Israeli-occupied West Bank and Jordan. Israel's military says a gunman approached the Allenby Bridge border crossing from the Jordanian side in a truck and opened fire at security forces who killed the assailant in a shootout. 3 Israeli civilian guards were killed at the crossing, which is also known as the King Hussein Bridge crossing. Jordan's Interior Ministry says it is investigating the shooting. Jordan made peace with Israel in 1994, but is fiercely critical of its policies towards the Palestinians. More than half of Jordanian citizens are of Palestinian descent, and many still have family ties to people in the occupied West Bank or Gaza. And for more, I can now talk to Emily Gordine, who is joining us in Jerusalem. Emily, what more can you tell us about what happened at the King Hussein Bridge crossing?
Yes, so the IDF has said that a gunman approached the crossing in a truck from the Jordanian side and opened fire at border officials. Their Israeli border officials and security forces then responded and killed the attacker in a shootout. Now, Jordan has responded by saying that it is investigating the incident. And like we just heard, Jordan, and we need to remember this, Jordan has made peace with Israel and in 1994. And over the past few months, it has helped Israel fending off drone attacks by Iran. And at the same time, we also know that it has been very critical of Israel's policies towards Palestinians. And back to this attack where the incident actually happened. Now, this incident happened at a crossing that connects the occupied West Bank with Jordan. And in the occupied West Bank, we have seen a surge in violence since the start of the war in Gaza that was triggered by Hamas's terror attack on Israel on October 7 last year. And we've seen, ever since, we've seen almost daily Israeli military raids in densely populated Palestinian residential areas. We've seen an increase in settler violence, but we've also seen an increase in Palestinian attacks towards Israelis. And observers are very concerned that in the absence of a ceasefire deal, the violence there could escalate even further.
Of course, what we've also been seeing is more and more protests in Israel, with people demanding a ceasefire deal and the release of the remaining hostages. What's the response of the Israeli government to that?
Well, yesterday, for example, we saw it was the 8th consecutive day of mass protests in Israel. In Tel Aviv alone, we saw about 400,000 people take to the streets demanding a ceasefire, demanding the release of the hostages. They have been accusing Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, of abandoning the hostages for political reasons, so he can keep his coalition together and safeguard his own political survival. Now, what you need to know here is that some of his cabinet members, two in particular, Israel's National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, and Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, have both spoken out against a ceasefire deal, and they are also putting immense pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu. And that is causing a lot of frustration among many protesters, and that's why they keep coming to the streets, keep going to the streets, and at the same time, it seems that it has very little effect on Benjamin Netanyahu and his government.
All right, Emily Gordine, thank you so very much.
What is your solution to the conflict with Palestinians? מה הפתרון שלך לסכסוך עם הפלסטינים?
לצערי אני בת 63 והייתי מאוד אופטימית כל השנים האלה וחשבתי שיש פתרון. אני לא רואה פתרון. אני לא רואה שהם רוצים פתרון. הם רוצים את המדינה שלנו, הם לא רוצים פתרון. They don't want a solution, they want our country.
מה את יכולה לראות שזה ייתן לך אופטימיות שאפשר שלום? מהם.
שיפסיקו להרוג את עצמם עם אנשים, שיפסיקו לשלוח מחבלים מתאבדים, שיפסיקו להתאבד בכל המקומות. אז אני ארגיש שאולי הם... שלא יעשו את כל הפיגועים שהם עושים, אז אני ארגיש אולי שאנחנו לא באים ומפגעים בהם בכוונה. לעולם לא יבוא ישראלי ויפגע בפלסטינים בכוונה. פה הם עושים את זה בכוונה, מתפוצצים יחד, לא אכפת להם, אין להם ערך לחיים. אין להם ערך לחיים.
לא, היו מתנחלים בחווארה ששרפו להם את הבתים.
כן, אבל המתנחלים לא מתאבדים אף פעם. הם לא מחבלים מתאבדים, אין לנו כזה דבר אצלנו בלקסיקון. אני לא ימנית, לא שמאלנית, אני לא כלום. אני אוהבת את מדינת ישראל, ואני שמחה שמדינת ישראל קיימת בשביל היהודים. המדינה הזאת קמה בשביל היהודים, אין מה לעשות. זו מדינה יהודית, אין מה לעשות. עכשיו, זה שהפלסטינים מתנהגים בצורה כזאת, איך אפשר לעשות איתם שלום? אנחנו רוצים, אבל אנחנו לא יכולים. לא יכולים לעשות איתם שלום.
מה הפתרון שלך עם הערבים? כאילו, מדינה אחת, שני מדינות, משהו אחר?
היתרון שלי עם הערבים. שאלה שאם היית שואל אותי באמת לפני 7 לאוקטובר, הייתי אומר לך, תן להם פרנסה, עבודה, והם יהיו בסדר, מה שנקרא, שהבטן שלהם תהיה מלאה, הם לא יצאו לעשות לא הפגנות ולא מהומות. כרגע אני עובד עצות, לא יודע. אין לי מושג.
אין לך מושג. אוקיי.
משאיר את זה ליצירתיים יותר.
Anyway. All right. Okay. Kevin Adomitis, I don't know. Thanks for the $4.99. How did you come up with Loner Box? I don't remember. Thanks for the tier 1 sub, Gabriel Kapak. This is unreal. True. Soljo, thanks for the $5. USA, the home of democracy, where only 100,000 people's vote actually matters. Yeah, democratic systems are complicated. Sorry. Brumal, thanks for the $5. Did you see the video of Dave Rubin praising Russian propaganda? Yeah, we did. Beginning of the stream. We watched it. It was very funny. He literally did the they-them army meme. What an idiot. Niall, thanks for the $4.99. Jill Stein is a secret Zionist. It's why she liked a Facebook comment telling people to vote Green or vote Trump. She's for a one-state solution, Lamau. That's a very confusing combination of words, but okay. Z, thanks for $20. Funded by the Box Bulla oligarchs. True. All right. And Stuff Slacker, thanks for the 50 Swedish. I really appreciate that. Okay. Okay. Now, Charlie Kirk on Jubilee debating 25 liberal college students. I like it he's just admitting that his debate opponents are college students, but okay.
Do you think
it's refreshing, isn't it? Nice shirt. I like it. Yeah. Okay.
men can give birth?
I think that
yes or no question.
Apparently conservatives do now because they think that XY chromosome lady can give birth. Is it? That's someone who could potentially give birth and is also a man according to them. So
I think that a person who is assigned male at birth, I don't think they
Assigned
can give birth.
male at birth, so people are not male at birth?
I think that a person...
See, your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
So what do you say in some cases women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not, they're not murderers.
So what's the difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb?
Ooh, that's a good question. Because an IUD or any kind of like a lot of birth control, what it does is it doesn't actually always stop the egg from fertilizing. It can allow the egg to fertilize, but then it prevents the egg from implanting in the womb, which is basically allowing it to die. It's after it's alive and not letting it properly implant so that the fetus can develop. Interesting.
It's actually the best point somebody made.
It's not about the cell.
You'd have to. The whole point is that you'd have to be against IVF and you'd have to be against Plan B as well. Yeah.
It's not about. No. I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking.
I'm speaking.
No, I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking.
Rat Summer continues. Let's go.
No, I'm speaking.
Hello, everyone. I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I am surrounded by 20 woke college kids. My first prompt is, abortion is murder and should be illegal.
They must rush to the center. Okay. Well, like musical chairs. What the fuck?
Can I maybe go?
Okay, hello, what's your name?
Juliana.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Can
you.
we get our terms right first?
Yeah.
Okay, abortion is the forcible ending of the viability of a being in utero, otherwise known as a fetus. Do we agree that's what abortion is?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, great. And then murder is the intentional taking of life, different than killing or sudden death. So murder would be the intent, with intent, taking another life. Do we agree
It
with
would be
that?
the unjust taking of life, right? Like, I don't know if you would call killing someone in self-defense intentionally is murder, but okay.
Okay.
Okay, and then we agree that murder in general in society should be illegal.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So yeah, no, I do want to preface that I'm a Catholic.
Okay.
So I think
Oh.
one really important thing that the Bible says is to not judge. And just going back to the topic, I I think there's a big difference between, you know, cells in utero than a living, breathing, existing being. And
we're all clusters of cells. Don't. Oh shit. I think this is. Let's just see what she says.
while I do believe it's murder, and that's just my personal belief, right? I don't believe in telling people what to do with their bodies. That's not up to me, and it's not up to us as well as Christians to judge.
Should we prevent murder?
That's really, that's shit. Like, unfortunately, what to do with their bodies is not a good defense, because if you're going to say it's just about people, what they do with their bodies, the problem is that you can't ever justify killing another person because they are bothering your body. Like, not really. Because if you say that, then couldn't the mother just say, I don't like breastfeeding, or I don't like having to wake up every night to the sound of crying? Like, I should be allowed to defend my body by killing this fucking baby. Like, you can't do that, no.
Murder in society?
It's not a good defense.
For sure, yeah.
I mean, it should be illegal.
But I think that it's really different, right? Because, you know, these people aren't...
Sorry, nice to meet you.
Hey, what are the red flags? Like, you raise the red flag and that means they have to go away? Holy shit. That's actually high pressure. I don't know if Charlie's under more pressure or the students are. Go!
Okay, what's your name?
Naima.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, can I just ask, at how many weeks do you think that a fetus is viable?
Well, viability and moral worth are two different things.
No, but I'm asking you, at how many weeks do you think a fetus is viable?
Well, at about 20 weeks, a baby can survive outside of utero.
So it's actually 24 to 26
well, it's
weeks?
20. The youngest ever in a NICU unit actually happened in San Diego, not far from here, and survived at 20 weeks.
Okay, so under Roe v. Wade, 93% of abortions happened in the first 13 weeks of pregnancy. That's 93% of the abortions happened well before a fetus is technically viable as a form of life.
The problem is that Charlie thinks it's worthy of protection by the state even before it's viable. That's what Charlie thinks. Charlie thinks it's that from conception onwards, you can't kill it. Like, it's a life worthy of just as much protection as a 20-year-old. But yeah.
Go into viability. So what is it about, let's say, a 6-week baby that has a heartbeat, its own DNA, fingerprint, brain waves, that is less moral worth than an 88-year-old right now with dementia in a home down the street? That person requires assistance, requires help. Why is it that the 6-week baby is of less moral worth?
Well, first of all, it's not a baby, it's a fetus.
Well, what does fetus mean?
A fetus is in utero.
What does fetus mean in Latin?
What the f***? I'm sorry.
It means little human being.
Oh god, the fucking face. Oh fuck me. Oh, that triggers me so much. Again, Charlie gets prepped for this. This is his fucking job. He gets given a huge binder full of arguments and is like 10, 15 years older than all these people as well. Like,
what the f***? I'm sorry. Yes.
Is
in utero.
What does fetus mean in Latin?
What the f***? I'm sorry. Is this
It means little human being.
Like, what? It's... Mate, you understand that you are playing on easy mode here, right? Like, that's fine. But you understand that this is nothing to be fucking proud of. Like, this is what conservatives do and have done for decades, it seems to be. Because it wasn't, before him, it was Ben Shapiro. And before Ben Shapiro, it was like, I don't know, Milton Friedman. Is you defend your dog shit fucking opinions in front of unprepared people so that you can provide catharsis for people who are even more retarded than you, but at least agree with you, so that they feel justified in their opinions. That's the only purpose of this. It's all for propaganda purposes. It's all for building up a brand. It's like, I don't know, what's the equivalent of doing this? It's like if you just had like a boxer, but the only people they fight are people with no fucking legs. Ugh.
His smile is very creepy. Okay.
Smiling is creepy?
No, your smile specifically.
Got it.
But let's go back to, we're losing track here.
No, but is what species is the fetus?
The fetus is not a species yet. It's technically classified as a parasite until it is viable.
So,
now, I want to talk to you about something very quickly.
I can't let you get past that. Are you saying a baby is a disease or a tumor?
A parasite is not a disease and a tumor. Those are not the same thing. A parasite is defined as something that cannot survive outside of its host. A baby, before it is viable, cannot survive.
The argument she wants to make here is that it's self-defense. Like, until viability, it's self-defense because it's aggressing on your body. It's attacking your body. It's sapping your fucking nutrients and feeding off of you, like physically attached to you like a parasite. Yeah, it's functioning like a parasite. But okay.
Outside of a woman's womb.
Got it. So let's extrapolate that.
It is not a living organism.
Are old people with Alzheimer's and dementia that are being assisted every day, are they parasites?
No, they're not parasites. They're human beings who are on the brink of death.
Got it. So
they're not going to be able to survive.
4-month-old that requires mom's breast milk and requires daily changes and feedings cannot survive without its own.
And this is probably the good argument against the parasite argument, is that it's still basically behaving like the parameters that you set for it being a parasite that you've got to defend yourself against before viability is kind of similar to the parameters that you would set afterwards. Like they still clearly exert a massive toll on your body even after they're born.
Month-old,
and definitely after
your
viability.
Baby can breathe on its own. Your baby can drink water from its mouth to its stomach.
But it cannot.
Your baby can
it
eat
hunt?
food.
Can it gather? Can it reason?
But that's not
Hunt and gather.
what qualifies something as being a living organism. Being a living organism simply means, can you survive outside of a womb, outside of your host?
Got it. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. Why does that then equate to moral viability?
It equates to scientific viability.
Why? Under what standard?
Because it is not alive, and you are advocating for the rights of something that is not technically a life.
Got it. So what is something
while
that has
sacrificing the needs of the human woman who is alive.
Got it. So, but a mom can survive.
Yes.
Without the baby in her. Right?
Yes.
The baby cannot survive without the mom.
Yes.
But a mom cannot survive without her lungs. So it's not her body, it's in her body. It's not her DNA, so it's not her choice. So it's a...
It actually is directly her DNA. It is 100%. It's 50% of her DNA.
Half her DNA.
Wow.
He's gonna win, I'm telling you. This could take a while.
Okay, first of all,
do we have our terms correct? We agree?
Actually, no. So first of all, I'd like to...
Oh shit, this guy's prepared. Oh no. We saw him at the beginning. This is the best thing as well, is like Charlie Kirk will do these like set up so that you're always going to win debates. He's actually not that good at them though. I don't know if that's because people who are generally pro-life it's easy to catch them in some kind of like incoherency somewhere, usually. But these are set up for it's set up for him to win. But we'll see.
Define our terms. I have 2 points to bring up after that, though. So you define murder as like intentionally like killing a human being.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a very poor way to define murder, because if someone were to like break into my home and point a gun at the heads of me and everybody I love, and I intentionally kill them to prevent them from killing my family, I don't think I murdered them, right? So I would
just correct him on the basics. Good. He's only been doing this for the last 10, 15 fucking years with all the training and fucking help in the world. But okay.
Define murder as the unjustified termination of a human life.
You're making a good point. Let me further clarify that. So, self-defense is very warranted.
Let me just change my definition of murder. Oh, God.
Exactly, right?
But I can see where you're going to go with how that has to go with abortion, but we can go down that journey in a second.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I kind of do want to give you my argument insofar as why I'm pro-choice, why I think it's justified. But first, I think that, your position is quite absurd, right? Because you're saying that it is murder to kill a human being, right, at any point in development, especially when it's in the mother's womb. My question to you would be, well, does this make women with IUDs murderers? Because it is the case that in some scenarios, an IUD will allow for conception to occur, meaning there's a unique human life there, but it will prevent its implantation, intentionally killing it.
Oh, shit.
Well, no, preventing implantation is not necessarily the same thing as terminating a fertilized egg.
Why not? Why not? The fertilized egg literally cannot survive if you stop it from implanting. It will die. Why is that different? Is it different because it's less graphic, Charlie Kirk? That's probably why he thinks it's different. It makes him less queasy, or just because he hasn't thought about it before. Let's see.
For example, if you take Plan B, again, it's not the same thing. Preventing the production of progesterone is not the same thing as terminating a being that has been fertilized. You do not know for a fact that the egg has been fertilized. You do not know that when even now you do.
Does it matter if you don't know? What the? Charlie! So what, you're just taking a risk that you might be? Yeah, it might not. You might have actually stopped it before fertilization. What do you mean you don't know? What? All right, let's just J-dam this fucking building then. We don't know if there are people inside it. Like, what the fuck? Charlie! Playing fucking Russian roulette. Is that what it's okay because it's a game of Russian roulette with a fucking human being.
Okay, yeah,
Do
so
you?
preventing fertilization or implantation to the uterine lining is killing a conceived zygote. So what happens? A sperm goes into the egg, right? The egg becomes fertilized. It's a conceived zygote. In some cases, it will prevent the implantation of the conceived zygote, killing the conceived zygote.
In some cases, correct.
So what do you say in some cases, women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not. They're not murderers. We do not know for a case. That's like saying that.
So
everyone
what's
that
the
takes-
difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb?
Well, so you're asking two separate things. If they knew for certain, to be more clear, that I have a fertilized egg and I'm going to take a drug to prevent that fertilized egg from attaching to their uterine wall, then yes, that is an act of killing or murder, of course.
Okay.
So he thinks like Plan B is murder then, like a lot of contraception is murder. He needs to get him to say that though, because people in the audience might not know what the fuck he's talking about. Like you need to get him to commit that contraception is in a lot of cases murder. Then you need to get him to commit to that.
Think all murderers should go to jail?
Do I think all murderers should go to jail? I mean, on third degree murder. However, no, I don't think women that got abortions or had IUDs should go to jail because I think that they have been deceived by mass culture and mass propaganda. Secondly, the people who should go to jail are the abortionists, who are the ones that have been putting the abortion pill, the ones that have been doing procedures.
Are they not accomplices to a murder? They know they're killing it. What the fuck? Charlie. He just doesn't want to bite the bullet. He doesn't want to bite. Again, this is the thing, is like, there's so many bullets you have to bite. For I think for any abortion debate, you have to bite kind of insane bullets. But one of them is that you think, I don't know how many, sorry, wait. How many women, let's just look at one. USA use Plan B per year. %. So roughly a quarter of women ages 15 to 44. The problem is that he's okay, like he'd have to bite the bullet. He's okay with jailing what, like between a fifth and a quarter of all the women. Holy shit. He can't do it. He needs to get out of this. He needs to wriggle around. He needs to avoid this line of questioning. I hope the guy
ones
doesn't
that have
notice.
been going into the third trimester and breaking babies' backs and inserting them with
Oh yeah,
syringes
that's good. Just
while
yeah,
the babies are crying and
just bring
suffocating.
up the bring up the parade of horrors. Just do it. Yeah, just get all graphic and appeal to emotion. Yes, get the fuck out of there. Sorry, killing someone through a lethal injection versus mutilating them until they bleed out and die. Like, yeah, these are both murder though. Sorry, yeah, they're both murder. You should go to jail for both.
Being born alive and then being dead on the operating table. That is who should go to jail.
Oh.
By the person who sells a pill that might, that may or may not, but you kind of want it to stop the fertilized egg, the human being from fertilizing. Yeah, he doesn't. If you're Charlie Kirk and you use the graphic argument of them breaking limbs on the operating table, then you are just kind of admitting that like what's more convincing to you is the life of a like an 8 or 9 month fetus versus a 1 or 2 month fetus. He's admitting that one of them gives him a more visceral response than the other.
It's actually the best point somebody made.
We'll have to talk
I know.
about it.
Oh, she's ready.
Okay, whenever I'm talking about this discussion, I always go to the question of what about in the case of the mother when her life is in danger? Because I'm a big believer. I don't know. I'm still iffy on if I think it's or if it's murder or not. But even so, I mean, I don't want to say murder is justified.
Oh God, the red flags. She's in trouble. If it's in the case of the life or death of the mother, I mean, if Charlie Kirk's not like cataclysmically stupid, he would just say, yeah, of course. If you have to choose between one or the other, you choose the mother. Yeah, you just choose. Yeah. Yeah, get your red flags out, chat. Wait. Oh no, it's only some emotes work. We got red flags though. Okay.
Let me just get this one point, and then you can vote me out. Give me 1 second.
Oh no.
Say the mother gets
Look, Charlie
pregnant.
loves it. Charlie's so happy. He's peak performance here against this person who's too fucking nervous to even get her first sentence out. Well done, Charlie. Well done, big boy. I don't know, man. It's so disgusting. Like, do you think? I feel like there are certain crimes of character. Like, there are certain indicators of just such bad character that should it be illegal? I don't know. Should Charlie Kirk have to pay a fine for being this fucking retarded? Like,
to actually be proud of himself that he's got like a college student who's not a professional debater, who hasn't had 10 to 15 years of prep, and other people preparing fucking binders for him and shit like that. Can he not just like pay a fine or do some fucking hard labor? I don't know. What would that really be a problem?
And she knows that if she gives birth, she's going to die. She has some kind of health complication. Then what do you do in that
Cesarean
case?
section.
I don't know what that means.
It's a C-section. They do
cesarean
an
section.
insert.
Guys, wait, hold on. Just give me one second.
They go right below the belly button and they deliver the baby.
Oh, he's not liking it.
She doesn't have to give birth. It's technically birth, but it's much safer. So that's actually safer than an
safer than what?
Abortion procedure.
Then what do you do in that
Cesarean
case?
section.
I don't know what that means.
It's a C-section. They do
cesarean
an
section.
insert.
Guys, wait, hold on. Just give me one second.
They go right below the belly button and they deliver the baby. And after she doesn't have to give birth. It's technically birth, but it's much safer. So that's actually safer than an abortion procedure.
Charlie. Wait, am I stupid? No, wait, I don't need to look this up. Stop. No, no, it's fucking not. A cesarean is not safer than an abortion. Is there an edge case where it is? No. What does he think? What do you think happens in a C-section? Mate, it's not a fucking Kinder Surprise. Like, there's more to it than just cutting the thing and it comes out like... No way. Sorry, wait. Shouldn't say for... I'm just going to check. Okay? And I will feel very stupid. Okay, pregnancy is more dangerous than abortion. Okay, where's C-section? Is this? There's two things here. Okay. Fearing legal threats, doctors are performing C-sections in lieu of abortions. Wow. It is significantly safer to end a pregnancy by abortion than by C-section or hysterectomy, she stresses. Okay? Medical problems after a C-section are nearly 5 times that of vaginal births, especially the risks of hemorrhage and sepsis. Does he think women are just like little fucking Kinder eggs? He just like one incision and it just kind of like, he hasn't watched Game of Thrones because they do a C-section in Game of Thrones and the mother dies. Bro, the amount of blood and shit. This is about cesareans or is this about other stuff? Legal induced abortion is safer than childbirth. Risks of death associated with childbirth is approximately 14 times higher than that with abortion. This doesn't really do with C-section though, but like, no, sorry. C-section is more dangerous than abortion, you fucking retard. Sorry, God. Fuck. House of the Dragon. I'm so sorry.
Sorry, Lily.
Sorry, Lily. Sorry, I just got away with, because I'm a professional debater fighting with a bunch of toddlers who need a fucking note to get out of their gym class. I just got away with saying, man, my job. I just got away with saying that a C-section is safer than an abortion. I can't believe my luck, bro. He just did that to make me angry. He did that to make more competent people fucking angry. Oh, God.
Hello, how are you?
Hi.
What's your name?
Deedon.
Nice to
meet you. I would say with abortion, I think it's very complicated, but I think the issue that I have primarily with your stance of being pro-life, that there's no nuance. There's women who are being forced
I wonder why Jubilee didn't fact check that. That's insane. That's so egregious. What?
Travel hundreds of miles to access abortion care, even in cases of rape in certain states that they're not giving any sort of allowance for that.
Red flag.
I think,
okay, red flags out, chat. Oh, no, this guy said rape.
People who are pro-life, they say that they're pro-life, but I feel like they're really pro-birth because with firearms, the United States has some of the highest firearm deaths out of OECD nations, right? And we can acknowledge that that's for children who are actually living and breathing. So I feel like abortion, while it is, I can definitely see your point. I just think that it should be allowed in some circumstances.
Okay.
Yeah.
great. I'm happy to get into the gun violence stuff later, but I want to really stay focused on abortion.
Right.
You can say you see my point. Can you see the world also where, since we know it's a human life, that it should be illegal since we don't allow murder in our society?
Well, that's where I have an issue, because abortion is not being done willy-nilly. It's like the life of the mother is always.
How many abortions do you think we have every day in America? Just guess.
I'm not sure.
Guess.
I'm honestly not sure. Maybe, I don't know, 1,000?
4,000 a day. So
4,000.
it is kind of willy-nilly. We have 1.6.
Sorry. God, he's so happy.
Hello.
Mogged.
I just want to clarify, the thing that you're aiming for is less abortion, right?
Oh, no.
That would be what you would want, or at least no abortion.
Eventually, it's also a protection of.
There's going to be the argument about it's just people just do it illegally or whatever. Okay, but you still want to. Okay, all right.
They can't protect themselves, but yes, and that's why after the reversal of Roe versus Wade, we saw abortions go down dramatically in Texas, Alabama, Mississippi. We saw thousands of babies that are now alive and well that are able to have amazing lives thanks to the reversal of Roe versus Wade.
I don't think a lot of that is true.
Well, it is, but
it's not true, because when you make abortion illegal, it doesn't actually decrease the amount of abortions that happen.
That's a nice talking point. In Texas, the numbers show differently. The birth rate has gone up.
Yeah, legal goes down, but illegal abortions still happen. Abortions still happen outside of whatever data you're showing.
That's not true, but let's just say, well, if you
40?
you want to, well, first of all, if you count the abortion pill, you're right, but that's a separate thing than a chemical abortion and surgical abortion are different things.
Wait, why? Stop saying that, Charlie. Why? Okay.
I'm not debating. I'm not debating you. I'm debating her. So if you want to do the flags and come back in, try and be faster next time. So let me ask you this. So the question is, we should try to limit unjust suffering of human beings, right?
Sure.
Okay, that's my position, is that there's unjust suffering of anywhere between 1.4 to 1.6 million abortions a year of human beings that are being massacred in the womb. And so that's not a women's rights issue, that's not a men's rights issue, that's just a human rights issue.
Okay, the best way to decrease abortions happening is proper sex education. Limiting abortion and making abortion illegal does not actually.
And also contraception, but I mean, unfortunately, contraception kind of goes against Charlie's thing about life begins at conception, because so many forms of contraception wait till the egg has been fertilized and then handle it afterwards. So
increase the amount of abortions that happen.
So what is your evidence of that?
What is my evidence of that?
Because we have increased sex education in the last 30 years.
Our sex education is so bad in America.
Well, by bad, what do you mean by that? We have more access to birth control for young kids. We have more kids that are learning to use birth control at a younger age. We have more of that in our public school system, and we've seen.
But you're comparing this. I don't know how you would ever count this, because you're comparing now to, say, a time like the 70s or the 80s, or even definitely before then, where like how many abortions were done off the books? How many abortions were done illegally? That must have been much more a higher proportion of it back then. Obviously, before it was properly available. I don't know how you would get around that.
All the trends actually go in a negative direction. So, in fact, we see that the more sex education there is, the more disturbing those trends are. So you say that, let me ask just one more thing. You say that.
Also, I'm not sure what he said about Texas. I'm not sure if you would just count the abortions in Texas, would you? You'd also have to count whether or not they went up out of state. It would be how many Texans had abortions. Could you even count that? You'd have to find out if Texans had left the state to go and have abortions elsewhere. Because we know that that's happening. We know that people are going out of state to have abortions.
If we make abortion illegal, people will still do it. Should we then just make gang violence legal because
No, I'm
people
saying
still
if you
do it?
actually wanted to decrease the amount of abortions that happen, you wouldn't be advocating for to make abortion illegal. You'd be advocating for all of these other things.
Does that logic apply to stealing, looting, kidnapping, arson, and murder?
Well, actually it does, because those are results of different societal issues that you should be educating yourself on rather than making it illegal on the front.
She's gone full fucking sociology 101. Oh no. The problem is like just because outlawing doesn't stop the problem, it does usually alleviate the problem. Usually. Even if you're going to say like, oh, people had abortions despite it being illegal in Texas, well, then you would focus on cracking down on the fucking illegal abortions. And then you would also want to crack down on it happening across state lines as well. So it just can't happen. It can happen as little as possible. Like, yeah. At least that would be what Charlie would want to argue. I don't know.
Should we make kidnapping, arson, burglary, murder legal because they're symptoms of something else?
We should be helping society heal from those things.
You got to answer the question. We want less of those things. Should we just make them legal and we'll get less looting?
You know, actually, I'm gonna let someone else.
Thank you very much.
Oh, humble.
Hi, Parker. Nice to meet you. Yes.
Nice to meet you, Charlie.
Big TikTok guy here.
Oh my God, a TikToker.
Pedophiles, people who were married.
Parker, this guy's been on Jubilee before, hasn't he? Hasn't this guy been on Jubilee before? Parker the TikToker. Okay, let's see.
Yes. Nice to meet you, Charlie.
Big TikTok guy here.
So, pedophiles, people who were married to children in the past and normalized in that society, should they go to prison?
Should pedophiles?
Like, if you could go back in time, would you put those pedophiles in prison that married those children? 'Cause
I'm sure he's going somewhere. It's just, yes, a debate pedophile. There's nothing better than someone who starts with an obvious question about pedophiles. Why is he asking him that?
Because it was normalized, they were deceived into thinking it's okay. Would you put them in prison?
Oh, he's saying it because Charlie said earlier. He's saying it because Charlie earlier said that women who are deceived by propaganda to use birth control, to use Plan B, that they're not necessarily murderers. So with pedophiles 500 years ago, because they're deceived into believing it's okay, should they not have been treated as criminals? Ah. That's a good question.
That married those children because it was normalized. They were deceived into thinking it's okay. Would you put them in prison?
You got to slow down.
Sorry.
Pedophiles should get the death penalty.
No, so you
Okay.
go back in the past, you give them the death penalty, even though they were deceived into thinking it was okay. But you said people who get abortions who are women shouldn't go
Hold
to
on a
prison.
second, but it's not currently illegal.
Okay, regardless.
What?
People who get abortions who are women shouldn't
Hold
go
on
to
a
prison.
second, but it's not currently illegal.
He's done the thing again. Let's go. Yes, I just said something that is completely irrelevant to the fucking argument. Okay. You said that people who do something, who commit murder because they were deceived into it by propaganda, if that's the case, wouldn't you say the same about pedophiles before it became normalized that it was bad?
Okay, regardless.
pedophilia
At that
is
time,
current.
at that time, it wasn't.
No, I would not go back and retroactively enforce laws where things were currently not illegal.
You wouldn't put pedophiles in prison in the past.
Hold on a second. When was it illegal? When was it legal in America?
Well, child marriage was legal in America throughout the early 1900s, and especially throughout most of society for thousands of years, especially in the Old Testament and in the Bible. Right?
Well, hold on. A
Oh,
second.
he's gonna now. Charlie's gonna divert. I think. When the way he said, "When was it legal in America?" That's like an attempt to move the conversation somewhere else. Doesn't matter about. It's a hypothetical. You're supposed to ask them. You're not supposed to. It's not about like the specifics. It's a hypothetical. It was obviously morally acceptable, more so in the past than it is now, to fuck kids. Like we're just saying, should you enforce our laws from now on to then? Because you would just say that, like, according to your standards for abortion and for fucking birth control, you wouldn't, because if you're propagandized into believing something's okay, then you shouldn't be criminally liable for it.
So where is the Levitical law that allows you to marry a child?
Oh, yeah.
Can you name the verse?
Oh, okay,
So,
we're
well, I
completely
can't name the
diverse.
verse, but the
Let's go.
particular conditions that are listed in the Bible are that you have to be physical maturity and emotional maturity, which is extremely vague and throughout society has been seen to be met at puberty.
There is not a verse,
Mm.
but let's kind of go
Okay,
back.
so when is
let's
when
go
is the
back
age
to
of consent
abortion.
under your view?
Let's go back to, well, generally agreed upon it's 18 years old. But let me ask you
Because you don't go based on what's generally agreed, you go based on the Bible.
I say 18 years old, but let me ask you a question.
Where's that in the Bible?
When does life begin?
Conception.
Like conception, great. So good. So should we protect all life at conception?
I care about sentient life, not...
Please get me out of this pedophile rabbit hole. Please bail me out. Stop. He needs to keep. That's it. That's him. That's Charlie Kirk is bailed out. The guy, this Parker guy, needs to bring him back to the fucking pedo vortex.
Sentient. So when do brainwaves start?
Do you think brain dead people should be able to pull the plug on, like a family should be able to pull
It's
the plug
literally, it's like those, it's like the void, you know, when the people are like in the void trying to climb out and the little goblins are dragging their legs down. This guy needs to be like, no, you're not going fucking anywhere, mate. Get the fuck back down here into pedo land and talk to me about why you think pedos from the past would not be murderers or would not be worthy of prison or the death penalty just because they were propagandized into believing it. Get them down there.
on an
Get the
individual.
goblins.
You got to answer the question. When do brainwaves start?
You can see brainwaves around 6 to 8 weeks, which in
I
brain
agree,
dead
yeah.
individual, there are brainwaves
You can have brainwaves when people die as well, yeah.
as well. So the
Got it.
brainwaves necessary to produce a
What-
subjective experience
so
are
don't-
met until around...
How long
you see
do
it?
hang on? How long do brainwaves last? How long do brainwaves last after? How do you word this? After death. After death, the brain works for about 4 minutes. "87-year-old patient's brain had a surge of gamma waves for 30 seconds before and after their heart stopped." Huh. Yeah, this isn't a good marker. Like, it's not like time of death, check the fucking brain waves. That's probably the best argument for people who believe that life begins at conception, is that there's nothing about conception that starts. There's nothing specific about conception that indicates where we draw the line when life ends. Like, for example, brain waves, well, they start a little bit later than conception. So life begins at conception, that doesn't work. The big thing that people talk about for conception is genetic code, like gene expression, because that starts right away. But gene expression carries on after you die as well. So you'd think it's weird. It's kind of weird that you would choose a different marker for the beginning of life than you would for the end of life. Like, you'd think the marker should be the same for both.
From my can you see it from my perspective that at 6 to 8 weeks, those brain waves will actually increase, not decrease, if allowed the process of development to continue.
Did you know those same EEG scans?
If you allow it to continue, they'll have more brain waves. That doesn't make sense either, though. You don't treat something based on the presumption that it will turn into something else. And you don't treat it as what it might turn into the way you do now. Like, you don't treat, like, fucking... You can't fuck a 12-year-old, pedo vortex. You can't fuck a 12-year-old just because they're going to be 18 in the future. It doesn't work. You have to treat something as they are. What the fuck?
Scans exist in brain dead people that you don't think are
sentient?
sentient?
But the difference with the brain dead people is that the likelihood of those brain waves actually increasing is very low at 6 to 8 weeks, when by 15 weeks they can hear the mom's voice.
Yeah, this doesn't speak to what they are now. It speaks to what they might be in the future.
Sensation. That's what brain death is.
Okay, so if a 6-week-old fetus has like brain waves, but we know it's probably not going to last past the age of like 2 weeks after it's born, should we kill it then? Is there any what's the fucking point?
Apparently didn't know that.
But no,
it's not coma.
But you're doing a red herring. Go back to
no, it's not. What's a red herring?
A red herring is where you avoid the topic and you say something that is adjacent or symmetrical to what I'm saying, but not actually I'm saying.
You mean a reductio ad absurdum? That's not a red herring.
A 6 to 8 week baby, if they're allowed to continue to develop, what ends up happening?
At a certain point, it will become a sentient being in the future. The same way that if I keep engaging in sex with my girlfriend, there'll be a baby in the future. Yet I don't care about the
unless
sperm.
you're infertile, which we don't know. But let's.
What the fucking? That is the most meaningless contribution to the argument. Oh my god, Charlie Kirk's fucked. He's so bad at this. He's not even good at this. What the fuck? The point is about you treating something as what it might be in the future. That's like you saying that, yeah, like sperm should be treated as human life because it's got the capacity to become human life in the future, especially if you're like fucking someone. We never do that though. We never treat it that way. Just as, get the fuck back into the pedo vortex, Charlie. Get here. Listen, fucker. You cannot fuck a 12-year-old just because they'll turn 18 in the future. You fucking idiot. Stop. By the same token, just because something exhibits some brain activity at 6 weeks doesn't mean you should start treating it like you would when they have full fucking consciousness after they're born. Jesus.
Let's see the process of development.
Doofus
right?
specialis.
You want to answer my question yet?
Why do you have the ability or the right?
Should those child P3Os go to prison?
The process of
should the pedophiles go to prison?
Bring them back.
1904. How many pedophiles are alive from 1904?
They're not alive, right? I meant like if you can go back in the past, hypothetically speaking, and you could put them in prison, would you put them in prison?
I would have killed them myself if I was alive back
Okay, so then you don't.
So you would enforce your laws on people in the past, even though they were brainwashed into believing it's acceptable. Why did you make that exception for women then? Also, you're not killing anyone, Charlie. Your face is too small. It's disproportionate, okay? Like, I know you've smiled several times in this conversation. But I can't always tell. Like, he looks like he's frowning right now, but I can barely fucking tell. It's too far away. I'm having to fucking squint. Is he frowning right now? Is he frowning? Charlie.
I would have killed them myself if I was alive back
Okay, so then you don't apply it based upon what people are deceived to believe. You apply it based upon what you consider to be moral. So the women who had abortions, you think they should go to prison. So why should women who get abortions go to prison, but someone like my mom who told me that Santa Claus shouldn't go to prison?
This guy.
constructive debate if you keep on talking over me.
Well,
right?
I was finishing my statement.
So,
you were talking over me.
Let,
Go for it.
let me ask you a very simple question. Do you think it would be a good thing if we had less abortions in America?
It depends on the context. Like, are the abortions prior to sentience?
Get me out of here.
Because I think
get me out of the pedo vortex.
Yeah, no, it would not be necessarily
are
better
you against
unless it is the
late-term
case that the people didn't want the abortions and it would be negatively impactful to their health, medically speaking.
Are you against late-term
women,
abortion?
After sentience, yes.
Okay, so you believe in an 8-week abortion ban?
Yeah. No, I don't. Sorry, I believe in an abortion ban after 18 through 26 weeks.
Okay, that's a more reasonable position. I have to give you credit for that.
It's similar to Trump's. 15 weeks?
Yeah, so why do you think that most people don't share your view on that?
If you destroy a farmer's crops prematurely, you have to pay damages for what the farmer would have earned. How is this not also the case for when you terminate a fetus, you are murdering a future human? Because... oh, there's a new video about me being a genocide denier. Farmer's crops, you're punished for what they would have made. I'm guessing the argument there... let me think. I'm guessing it's because the crops are the property of the farmer. So if a farmer wouldn't get charged for destroying their own crops. If someone else does it. But then what would we say for the fetus? Because the fetus's trajectory is its own one, not the mother's. Trying to think of a way to word this. Like, it makes sense in my head. I'm just thinking how I would draw it out. Let me think. Get back to it. And imagine it's more because of a property argument, not for like an argument of life. But
well, people just don't really know what sentience is. There's not a lot of conversation about abortion, and these conversations are very difficult. Like they're conceptually hard to go through, and I understand why a lot of people don't understand their positions on it.
So
but I think people
are where most
you're cutting me off.
Americans
I thought we weren't cutting people off.
I was actually complimenting you. How are you? Nice to see you.
It's probably because in the case of the crops, we know where the damage is. That's it. We know where the damage is. The damage is because we know that the farmer intended to use those crops, their property, to produce a certain amount of value in the future. With the terms of a fetus that hasn't actually developed consciousness and is not like a person worthy of protection, if you believe the consciousness argument, then the difference there is that like there's no what's getting damaged. Like there's no damage done to anyone. Like what could you say? There's damage to a person, like a conscious person that's never existed yet. Like there's no human there to defend. There's no human with human rights there, right? Whereas the rights of the farmer are why you would talk about damages in terms of the crops. Anyway, the devil, thanks for the $19.99. Ask how much life insurance policies typically pay for child deaths instead of crop insurance. Wait, what? I don't know that. What? Okay. Thanks for the 20. I don't know what the fuck that question means, but thanks. Okay.
So I just have one question.
How much life insurance policies typically pay for child deaths instead of crop insurance?
I don't know. I don't know what the... Can you just give me the answer? Why did I... Oh, fuck. Do I have to look that up? In which country? You guys can do it. I don't care.
There's, like, in any case, you don't think there's any case where abortion should be legal?
There's a very, very rare couple cases.
Okay, so you do think that a couple cases
Damn, she's
is
on
legal.
it.
If cesarean
Wait,
section...
is this the I'm speaking person? She just interrupted him, like, right away. Oh, no.
is not going to save the mother's life. And the mother's life is actually at risk, which is debated amongst growing numbers of OBGYNs.
Okay.
That is the only case where abortion should be
Do you
allowed.
think there
But people say that it is a growing consensus in the pro-life world that abortion is never medically necessary.
Okay. So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped, and she was going to give birth and she would, and she was going to give birth and she was going to live, would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic.
But it's a real life scenario that happens to
down.
many
The
people.
answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
Oh, okay, great. So that's insane.
But let me tell you why. No, hold on. Let me ask you a question. There's 2 ultrasounds I have. One is a baby conceived in one is a baby conceived by a loving couple. Which one is which?
Your daughter was probably hopefully conceived by a somewhat loving couple.
Conceived by Tell me which one was conceived by
You don't know.
Exactly, because it's all human rights
But
and it's all
that
human
doesn't
beings.
matter.
So you-
Yeah, the question is, do you punish the fucking child for the crimes of the father? Yeah, it's whatever.
It's about your daughter who has to give birth to it and is going to be tortured.
That could be the same. Could be said of the crops. The crops were never there. The question is one of logical consistency. No, it's not. Not the crops. The seeds that have been sown for the crops are there. That's the property of the farmer. But these are two completely different parameters. We're talking about something that's not a human being yet, worthy of human rights, like a person, and what's like a seed to a crop. These are like completely different like forms of. Okay.
By that for the rest of her life. That's going to take away every freedom she's ever going to have. That's going to ruin her life. She's going to grow up and she's going to be attached to another thing.
The point is how you were conceived is irrelevant what human rights you get. But hold on one second. If a person conceived in
the farmer can show future damages. Who is showing future damages in abortions? Not the child, that's for sure. Damn. That's a good way to put it. Okay, thanks.
On the side of the street, it's not like they don't get First Amendment rights or Second Amendment rights.
It's
or
not
Fourth
about
Amendment
that
rights.
person.
The worst thing to do to the daughter is to then say, hey, we're going to go murder the being inside of you.
They wouldn't even know. Like, listen.
They wouldn't know?
Listen.
But wouldn't it be a better story to say something evil happened?
See, why do people why does Charlie Kirk do this shit? Like, what the fuck? Okay.
Do something good in the face of evil instead of saying we're going to do evil and then murder the being because we're going to pander to the evil. No, what makes the West great is that we do good after evil, not evil after evil.
It's not about the being in the cells.
No,
it's not about. No. I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
We're both,
okay, he did actually interrupt her there. Okay.
Speaking. No, I'm speaking.
Red
no,
flags.
I'm speaking.
The red flags are coming.
No, I'm speaking. No,
where
I'm
are the red
speaking.
flags? They're coming. Wait, why are the red flags? People like this.
So
okay.
it's not. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the person.
No,
I'm talking about the person who is dealing with the pregnancy. I am not talking about the cells. I don't care. No, listen. The fetus, the whatever. Again. I don't care about that right now until it is formed. If there is a 5-year-old child who is pregnant and the baby is 2 weeks in utero,
can't get pregnant.
Actually they have given birth.
There is given pregnant.
There is one recorded case of a 5-year-old girl who gave birth.
Is that common?
Yes, it's common.
Well, the question, it doesn't matter if it's common, right? Like it's a murder case. You don't make it like, did a murder happen or not? Okay, maybe she'd have him on something there if she wasn't so triggered liberal. Oh, no.
Sometimes, and if they get pregnant, I think they should be able to have medical access.
Would it be a 5-year-old or be like a 9 or 10-year-old? Okay.
Something that could save.
I don't think a 5-year-old gave birth, did they? Is that real? Okay.
Not only just their life, but like their livelihood.
How many? I'm curious.
I hope your daughter lives a very happy life and gets away from you.
Okay, so that is really nasty, and. So her belief system, just so we're clear, is that.
The time's up.
Yeah, no, I got it. It's fine. I mean, it's insanely nasty, and we'll talk.
Why are you empty chairing this person, Charlie? Would you not got the mic anymore?
My next claim is that college is a scam.
Oh my God. I don't care. College is a scam. Get work in the trades. What else is there? Trans women are not women. I can't do it. I'm gonna die. Harris is a DEI candidate. Okay. Wait, is Charlie Kirk hired by the Kremlin? Affirmative action is constitutional. Okay. I'm guessing he thinks it's unconstitutional, but okay. Where's Parker? There he is. Trans woman, let's go.
Okay. All right, Parker, what is a woman?
A woman is an adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex. Now, define a man. Define a man.
Wait, what if I... Jesus Christ.
Okay. All right, Parker, what is a woman?
A woman is an adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex. Now, define a man.
What the Vaush? He's gone Vaush. That's like the Vaush argument. A million miles an hour. Okay.
Define a man.
You're looking at one. XY chromosomes in a
Okay, but does God the Father have XY chromosomes prior to incarnation?
We literally have a religious
he's
topic
He's a father and he's him, but he's not a man?
We have a religious
Wait,
topic.
so a man is someone with XY chromosomes, but he doesn't have XY chromosomes, yet he's still a man.
It's so good that Charlie Kirk is a fucking Christian because he can just completely fall on his sword on that one.
And he still uses preferred pronouns?
It's actually very interesting. In the original Hebrew, Adonai, do you know what Adonai is? It's the Hebrew word for God. It's actually genderless, but in the scriptures, they use he, right? And they use the masculine. Jesus Christ came to earth as a man, not as a woman, not as genderqueer. But let's go back to the...
But God the Father's a man, right? Because all fathers are men.
Well, first of all, there's a trinity. So God the Father is neither man nor woman. He is omniscient, omnipotent. He is all being on top of it.
So why do you use he?
Well, I did not. The scriptures do. You could use
So why do they? Why do you agree to it?
You could say her, you could use him, but the way that the language is structured, again, it is so, God the Father is so above gender, it is so above any of our understanding.
And why use
with
him?
Glory and understanding. Again, because you have to make a choice, either he or him or her in the original scriptures. Let's go back to, I'm happy to
Some fathers aren't men and boys?
So
some fathers are not men and boys, not men or boys.
I'm sorry.
Some fathers are not male.
No, of course they are not.
Wait, so God the Father's a male?
Hold on, God the Father. So where do we get God the Father from? What Greek?
It's so fun. Like, it works because if there's one exception, then it's not binary. Okay. All you need is one exception, even if it's the Father, the Father who walked in heaven. Okay. Okay. I could never do this. I'm not American enough to have these fucking retarded arguments.
Of course they are. I'm not.
Wait, so God the Father's a male?
Hold on, God the Father. So where do we get God the Father from? What Greek word?
From your scripture.
Well, from Abba, right, which is a very close personal term.
You're not answering my questions, and you're bringing up random language that doesn't matter.
Well, it actually does.
No, it doesn't.
But let me get down to the root of it, because
he's not a man. You know he's not a man under your worldview. You still use his preferred pronouns. You still call him a man.
Christ is a
man.
man.
You don't do that with trans people because you're transphobic. That's why.
Okay, got it. But Christ is a man. I'm happy to get into the sexuality and
Before
gender
incarnation, he's not.
of the Trinity. Okay.
Before incarnation, there's no penis, there's no XY chromosomes, there's no small gametes.
Hold on a second. Let's think about it. If that's correct, how is it then Jacob saw the face of God?
Okay, so if there's
hold on.
Hold on. Oh, please bail me out. He's getting bailed out of the fucking pedo vortex again. How can he's so smug. As soon as he gets out, he's like been floundering for the last fucking 2 minutes, and as soon as he finds one way out, he's like so excited.
How did Jacob see the face of God? How did Jacob wrestle with God?
Characters can have faces without biology.
How did Jacob wrestle with God?
So okay, do you think that he has a body?
Well,
or was that a figurative notion of wrestle?
That's a mystery of the scriptures. I'm not here. Well, it is. I'm not here to debate theology. Can we go back to what we're talking about?
Does he actually have biology? You keep trying to pivot because you know this debunks you. Well, what biology does your God have?
Well, the one of Christ our Lord.
No, I meant before incarnation.
Well, to be honest, I don't quite know, and I don't think the scriptures are.
So you don't know what a man is?
Well,
you can't define what a man is?
It's a little opaque. Again, you're looking at a man.
But your video, the largest video on TikTok is, what is a woman, 20 million views, but you don't know what a man is under your own worldview?
I said you're looking at a man, right?
Wait, but God the Father doesn't meet that criteria.
Am I looking at a man?
Yes, you are.
Okay, good. Just making
sure. A man that's beating you in a debate right now.
So let me ask you a question, though. So do you think that anybody can become a woman?
I think that anyone who meets my criteria...
There's no red flags. The red flags they're fucking gone. Okay. God, Charlie Kirk. Again, he knows he can't seed a single one. As soon as one man falls, they all fall, okay? That's how binary thinking works.
Criteria is a woman.
What's your criteria again?
Again, adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex.
Can society ever be wrong?
Sure, but like it's a desire to be in accordance with a set of social and cultural norms.
Can I become black if I wear blackface?
No, because it's not a desire that you have to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms.
What if somebody wants to be black?
Because race is defined phenotypically based upon the expression to other people.
But by some standard, you're judging that.
Do you think there's a phenotypical expression of someone who's white and someone who's black? Like, I see you're white because of your phenotypical expression.
Right. But
there's a phenotypical expression to gender. Charlie Kirk could counter with that, right? Like you generally know the men from the women when you're walking around, right? And then he'd get into the weird argument about fucking brains and shit, or like internal mental processes that lead people to not identify with the gender they're born in. But okay.
Do you think? But Rachel Dolezal that said she is black and culturally black, is she black?
Does she have phenotypically characteristics we would associate
Define
with people
phenotypical. I'm not sure what that word means.
Phenotypical. It's going to be the expression.
So
of
melanin
particular
content, one skin.
Yes.
Okay. So she could pass as a black person.
Wait, so she doesn't have the melanin content?
She's borderline.
No?
Heavily.
Okay, so then she's not black.
Okay, so you're able to say who is black and not black?
That's how we define it in society, no shit.
Okay, got it. So,
He thought he had a gotcha there. What the fuck?
There an objective definition of who is black?
Wait, language is all subjective. Linguistics professionals indicate it's subjective.
Language is all subjective?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
Every
really?
word you just used was created by other human beings that are engaging in conversation.
No, now
you might think
yes,
it's created by God, but even then it's still subjective.
But now
because it came from
we're
God.
getting somewhere.
God's a subject.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Have Bad Empanadas fans been harassing you again? Yeah, but I mean, it's like, what, all three of them? Like, normally I just block 3 people and it stops. So, big deal.
Is the word and the value behind murder objective or subjective?
Well, I think morality is subjective. But you think it's subjective too because it comes from God.
That's interesting.
Wait,
So
does it come from God or independent of God?
Well, no, of course it comes from God. It's
Thanks for the 1999. Really appreciate that. Dad is a dude and also a deadbeat. What, God? The father.
That's true. That's subjective. That's subjective. Yes, it is. If it comes from God, it's specifically subjective. If it comes independent of God, then it's objective.
No,
what you just told me is also compatible with moral anti-realism.
So let's go back to the 10 Commandments.
You don't understand
right?
meta-ethics.
Well, hold on a second.
What does subjective morality mean? What does it mean?
Subjective morality
Define
means
it.
that it comes in everybody's own opinion, their own form,
True
not
dependent upon a
objective.
stance.
Again,
God is a stance, and that's the
Hold
truth
on
of
a second.
morality.
So if let's believe. Do you believe in if everybody believed in the concept of God, the transcendent God, that there was a 10 Commandments and we should live by them, right? Is that objective morality?
No. Just because people agree doesn't make it objective.
Then what?
Again, independent of a
then
stance.
What is
agreeance is not independent of a stance.
What is objective morality then? Sorry, thanks. We'll be back at it next time.
Last time I checked, we never criminally prosecuted the parents of people doing blackface. Okay. I suppose we don't. I don't know what that's referring to. Apparently he does a DEI part as well. Okay, let's look at that and then we'll start doing Russia, Russia, Russia.
I think this is going to take the entire time.
You're welcome.
30 on, 30 off.
How do you feel about the Senate?
As far as her tie-breaking vote of the Senate?
No. I'm just saying like Senate. Like the Senate is technically DEI in a certain sense for like small states. Like Wyoming gets people in Wyoming get a greater
Rhode
vote
Island
than me in
and Hawaii.
California.
Like Rhode Island and Hawaii.
I'm giving you an example. California, I get less of a vote than someone who exists in Wyoming. So we're giving people in Wyoming more say than they necessarily should, given that they're one individual. So why do you believe in DEI as it relates to how our government is set up? But you don't believe in DEI in terms of allowing for people who are black or who are women to be in positions of power that they have not been allowed in, historically speaking.
So is the Electoral College and the Senate based on race?
It's predicated off of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
How is
right?
that?
Like inclusion of country areas, inclusion of rural areas, inclusion of white men like you.
Okay, so you mean like Hawaii?
I'm referencing. You could say smaller states or places that have less people in it. So obviously would be able to have more of a say per individual.
So your argument is that the U.S. Senate is a DEI. I gotta be honest, I've never heard that argument, but I think it's a little silly. But
how is it silly? Argue against it instead of just saying it's silly.
Well, right. So it's silly on its face because first of all, we have on the House of Representatives is proportional to population.
Oh,
Second,
but the Senate isn't. So
yeah,
it's DEI.
It's not DEI.
Yes, it is.
Why would you say it's diversity, equity, inclusion? Because Wyoming gets 2 senators. They're their own sovereign state, aren't they?
For country areas, for rural areas.
Yeah, because it's like it's different proportion to the state's population. Yeah, of course. Why not? It's so you can get a good representation, good equity and inclusion. You can diversify the Senate to provide equity to include the farmers, the Wyoming farmers, and the Hawaiians, apparently, and the Rhode Islanders. Yeah, they need a boost. Also, stop sending me fucking Bad Empanada updates in the Reddit and the Discord. Please, stop. He's a waste of time, okay? He's a waste of skin. For the last fucking time, I'm just gonna start banning people. Fuck. The only updates I want to see are either a mugshot or an obituary, okay? Unless it's that, okay? Unless it's a picture of his fucking drooling, miserable face with a caption that says, is he from Argentina? Localo retardo muerto. Unless I see that, right? Just leave me alone, okay? Fuck.
Equity for rural areas.
That's not
right,
the
and for smaller states.
So let's go back to the Federalist Papers and the Founding Fathers. Why was the Senate composed
Can you tell me
this
why
way?
it's not DEI? Like under your definition,
Well,
why is it
because
not
it's not
DEI?
based on race. And by the way,
it doesn't have to be based
it's
on
also
race.
based. It's not based on
You can have-
equity,
can't
and it's
you
not
have-
based on inclusion.
Can't you have
But
DEI based upon different
let me tell you
characteristics
why.
other than race?
Let me finish.
Whether or not you're a woman. Whether or not.
Let me finish. Why? It's because we are a collection of states. We are not a federal project. So states' rights usurp federal. Do you know what the 17th Amendment is?
Do you know why the Articles of Confederation failed?
Yes, but what is the
Why?
10th Amendment?
Because states had too many rights, had too
Right.
much power.
What is the 10th
That's why we
Amendment?
specifically adopted the
Parker,
Constitution.
let me make one point, okay?
Go ahead.
Which is, how did we used to elect senators?
It'd be population.
No, we used to elect senators based on state legislatures. So the Senate is an extension of the state legislative bodies. That's not DEI, that's federalism.
No.
That's the way that our system is
You're
set up,
misunderstanding what I'm
which is
saying
a
is DEI.
bottom-up, citizen-led government to allow the states, which are first and foremost sovereign. So it goes in this ladder in this country.
That's still DEI for those states
Citizens,
and for those country areas.
No, because it's colorblind. It's not that. We get white
again,
states
DEI
more,
is not
black
only based
states
on
more.
race.
Hold on a second.
Diversity for country, diversity for rural, equity for
Hold on a
rural,
second.
and inclusion of
So,
rural.
no, that's an
That's
interesting-
DEI.
it's an interesting point. So
you think
diversity-
DEI is only
let-
race
let me
because
ask you a
you
question.
associate it with Kamala Harris?
Let me ask you a question. Is there a
Mm.
single instance in corporate America where DEI is implemented where diversity means anything other than skin color diversity?
So diversity.
No, it's not
women,
about viewpoint.
Women.
What? Fine. How about chromosome or diversity or skin color?
So skin color. There's gender. You have to move the goalpost a little bit because you got destroyed there, right? But there's also
Well, no. I'm just asking a very simple question. The answer is no, because our system
That
of
doesn't mean
government.
that's not DEI. It
Saying
still meets your
saying
definition.
the Senate is DEI.
what was your
is-
definition though?
What is?
What was your definition? Diversity, equity, inclusion. Diversity doesn't
Well,
only
hold
apply to
on.
race.
Let me
You're just
tell
saying
you-
other people defined
Parker, let me
diversity,
finish.
equity, inclusion to be
Let me
based on
finish.
race. You didn't though.
Let me finish. Because you're saying you didn't earn it. You know who did earn it? South Dakota and North Dakota when they charted themselves into states.
Wyoming didn't earn it because they have less of a
formed themselves
population.
into a state. Hold on.
Damn, Charlie. A claim of their
All right.
choosing.
Who really wants to go? I don't want to pick on. I don't want to pick on somebody who doesn't want to get picked on. Okay. You want to debate?
Damn. That was funny. That was good memes. DEI. DEI Wyoming. Nice one. Okay. DEI is nuts. True. I don't think he picks Parker. He picks the black girl. That was good memes. Nice one. You watching debate tomorrow? Well, I have a debate tomorrow, and I'm also watching the debate tomorrow. Actually, what are the times? Are they going to add up? I hope they do. Parker is rough around the edges, but he still got debate pervert potential. I think he did really well. Yeah. Took him to town. We took him to preschool. Yeah. Ah. Who are you debating? Oh, Fabian Liberty. And would you debate Charlie Kirk? Absolutely, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think that Dr. Javad guy, I don't think he's actually dodged me. He's just not been on Twitter. I haven't seen him on Twitter for like over a week now. Maybe he's busy. So he's probably still a candidate. Oh. It's Fabian and that what's the other guy? Non-smoker. That's who I'm talking to. Okay. I don't even know if Fabian and non-smoker are going to enjoy being debate partners because they're like non-smoker's like a communist and Fabian's a libertarian. But somehow I believe they probably will have exactly the same opinion on on the Tenet media scandal. Ooh. Yeah, he's a tanky, yeah. Fabian Liberty used Ukrainian Anna's dead father to win a debate. Yeah, he did do that. That was funny. I think she was the first one to bring my partner's Dylan Burns. Yeah, me and Dylan are going to debate them on the Tenet Media fallout. I don't even know what the debate's going to be. Like, it's a WIC panel, so it's probably going to be a fairly... He's just going to ask a few questions as he goes along, and imagine most of the questions will be prompted by what happens in the debate. All right. Now, where the fuck? How Charlie Kirk enables his audience getting scammed. Is this a turning point thing?
My next claim is that college is a scam.
Oh, is it boss?
And trust me, every federal official...
Jack Posobiec. This guy's a total fucking clown. All right. End wokeness. All right, 1 second. I'm going to go bathroom, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to do some probably Russia deep dive. Let's see. All right. 1 second. Russia. Okay, why is Charlie Kirk a scammer? Let's see.
My next claim is that college is a scam.
Is he a scammer? Do we know?
And trust me, every federal official that had anything to do with putting those people in prison for a phony felony made up, hey, come the afternoon of January 20th of year of our Lord 2025, hey, you better check your passport, because maybe, just maybe, you ought to follow McCabe out of the country, because we're coming for you.
What they're trying to do here is the big squeeze, and putting you into federal prison, Steve, starting tomorrow is intentional. They are trying to make War Room to be muzzled and muted going into November. And Steve, here's my pledge to you, Steve. While you're in Connecticut and you are a political prisoner, no different than Rubashov in Darkness at Noon by Arthur Kessler, no different than the political prisoners of past.
Tonight, Bannon is out on a $5 million bond after pleading not guilty to charges he used a charity designed to bolster one of President Trump's signature policy goals to line his own pockets. Federal agents arrested Bannon on board this 152-foot luxury yacht earlier today after prosecutors filed a damning indictment against him, accusing him, along with 3 associates, of stealing more than $1 million from a fundraising campaign designed to build a portion of President Trump's Mexican border wall.
And the people that arrested Bannon were U.S. Postal Service inspectors on the yacht of a Chinese billionaire off the coast of Connecticut. Well, the Chinese billionaire who owned the yacht is known as Guo Wenguo. He made his fortune in Chinese real estate but fled China in 2014 when he was accused of bribery and embezzlement. He then became a huge patron of Steve Bannon, the entire American right wing, even sponsoring last month's CPAC. Well, today it was Guo's turn to be arrested by federal agents on fraud allegations. Federal prosecutors in New York allege that Guo and a co-defendant conspired to defraud thousands of victims of more than approximately $1 billion through fictitious businesses and other online schemes.
Guo has been doubling down on COVID conspiracies and in support of his buddy Bannon, who was indicted on charges of contempt.
With Getter and G News and GTV, you're building platforms that kind of pull your power every day. So I couldn't be more enthusiastic about, if you look at it as a process, we're winning, and we're winning on a massive scale.
As Bannon and Guo pat themselves on the back, others are fearful about what this all means.
Miles Grodnow taking down the CCP for the people of China, for the people of the United States of America, and for all mankind. Honored
This music.
to be working with all of you
God
guys.
damn it. Is this the editor or is this the Steve Bannon? Yeah, the CCP. Yeah. Okay. What is this? The duality of man.
Through a little bit more of the video,
what?
I was like, oh, never mind. Right, sir.
Hi, Parker. Nice to meet you.
We watched this,
Yes.
didn't we?
Nice to meet
The Megyn Kelly shit.
According to the indictment, the guy
Look
who
at this, man. She's like a neocon, right? Isn't it? But this is like mainstream. This is like mainstream media, and she's actually accurately representing the story. That's so funny. Isn't that crazy? How, like, I swear, if you watch someone like this, you'll be more informed than if you watch someone like, I don't know, even like Hassan, right? Like, yeah, but even though she's like right wing as shit, because at least we're actually getting the story. She sounds like she's read the indictment. She actually took an hour out of her day to read the indictment, like an absolute god.
said, like, this isn't enough, and then they created this whole fake profile.
Okay, she's just a total fucking liar, traitorous, uneducated bitch, 85 IQ fucking moron. Never mind, she's bad faith as fuck. She either read this or, I'm sorry, she either
I
said the exact same thing as Lonerbox, but after I'd gone through a little bit more of the video, I was like, oh, never mind. Like, I did agree. She seemed like...
You mean you... What? Look at me. What the fuck? Wait.
Fuck this bitch.
God damn it. Just took a bit longer to get to the truth. It's okay. It's okay.
We're hurtling towards an economic and financial crisis.
Steam my glasses.
They are forcing citizens and the American people into alternative currencies that can be used for two things. Number one, just to do transactions. Number two is potentially for alternative stores of value. And so, in looking at this in a broader scope, FJB Coin, and the reason I wanted to partner with not just the management team, but it's
okay, whatever. I don't know what that means, but sure. Sounds big. Hitlerian level Zionism. Okay. Whoa. I've realized now. Do you notice that for a long time, we keep on getting kind of like very identical or very similar messages from different usernames, usually with regard to the Gaza genocide shit? I've noticed a lot of the same names appear in my replies on Twitter with the banana stuff. It's always his fans. And based on what I've seen him do in the past, I think he's actually sending his audience to do it. Like, with fucking marching orders, but is what it is. You know, it's all to save the Palestinians, you know. That's definitely what they need right now. It's all for the children. It's not bots, no, it's just real people with no lives. Yeah. Okay. I got 2 foreign affairs articles about Russian disinfo. And we're getting a very rounded both sides opinion from them, okay? Where is it? Where'd it go? Oh yeah, here. No, not that. Here it is. Tim Pool and the Moscow Menace. Okay. If we get any more examples of people who might definitely be Russian ops, send me those, okay? People doing the same marching orders. That might be valuable too. Okay. So we have 2 foreign affairs articles here. And you can tell there's going to be all kinds of discourse on them because one of them is called The Coming Flood of Disinformation. Okay? And the other one is called Don't Hype the Disinformation Threat. So, a pretty broad church at foreign affairs. Be careful though. One of the people saying don't hype the disinformation threat is called Olga Bulga, so be careful. Okay, this person, definitely a psyop, okay? And no one's noticed apart from me just now. Fuck. Did they both come out this year? Yep. February 7th, May 3rd. So they're a month apart. Thereabouts. Okay. Shall I go with the coming flood first? The cum flood. Okay. Now, what are the rules around... I kind of want to play Spotify playlists, but I still don't know what the rules are for the copywriting. Like, is there any royalty-free stuff on Spotify? Because I've been listening to some instrumental playlists, and they're actually all right. Normally, I don't like just instrumental stuff, but some of these are okay. What about orchestral recordings? No. YouTube royalty-free compilations. They're all shit, though. They're all shit. I don't care about them. What is this? The Reddit's being weird again. Oh, just... It's always the same shit on my Reddit. Like, it's always, like... If these people ever appear on my Reddit, they always get downvoted. These, like, right-wing Zionists. They always get downvoted. Is what it is. Whatever. Don't care. Some people just get banned. I don't know. Like, I don't care. Right. The coming flood of disinformation. How Washington gave up on the fight against falsehoods. Okay. Why don't you get many low fame remixes on Spotify? What does that mean? Music for airports is royalty free. Okay. Didn't know that. Yeah, I don't actually know how it works. I think it's weird with my YouTube videos though, because my live streams, I can put ads on them as I'm streaming live because the stream won't get demonetized or partially monetized until after the stream's done. But by then all the work has happened, so I still get the ad money. I don't know if that's like a scam, but I mean it works. I don't even think it's a scam though. I think it's just how streaming works on YouTube. Like it'll let you take ad money for streaming, but then once the stream goes off, then it'll start to do all the monetizing shit. Ich. Okay. Okay. Nearly 8 years after Russian operatives attempted to interfere in the 2016 presidential election, US democracy has become even less safe, the country's information environment more polluted, and the freedom of speech of US citizens more at risk. Disinformation, the deliberate spread of false or misleading information, was never the sole domain of foreign actors, but its use by domestic politicians and grifters has ballooned in recent years. Yet, the country has been unable to rein it in because the very subject has become a partisan, politicized issue. Lawmakers have not been able to agree to common sense reforms that would, for instance, require more transparency about the actions of social media companies or about the identity of online advertisers. In the process, they have enabled an environment of hearsay in which many people, particularly conservatives, have used false or misleading information to raise the specter of a vast government censorship regime. The chimera of censorship chills legitimate academic inquiry into disinformation, undermines public to private cooperation in investigating and addressing the problem, and halts crucial government responses. The result is an information ecosystem that is riper for manipulation than ever. Okay. I have had a unique view of this slow motion failure. Between 2012 and 2016, I worked on democracy support programs in Europe and Eurasia when Russia was auditioning the disinformation tactics it would later employ in the United States. I heard regularly from my colleagues in Georgia, Poland, and the Baltic states about Russia's attempts to influence their political systems and derail their efforts to integrate with the West. Russian agents would launch cyber attacks, stage paid-for protests, and deploy armies of trolls, all in an effort to create the illusion of grassroots support for pro-Russian causes abroad. Officials in Washington and Brussels almost uniformly ignored these operations. I then watched from Kyiv in 2017 as the United States grappled with revelations of Russian interference in the US presidential election. The Kremlin had sought to influence US voters by spreading propaganda and lies on social media and by hacking US political campaigns. By contrast, Ukrainians were not surprised to see Russia brazenly trying to manipulate the democratic process in the United States. After all, the Kremlin had used the same online assets, including the Internet Research Agency, the infamous St. Petersburg-based online propaganda company, to call into question the legitimacy of Ukraine's 2013 Euromaidan protests ahead of Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014. Okay. The used online assets, e.g. Net Research Agency, Berg-based online prop. Need to question the legitimacy of the Euro Maidan protests. 2013. From 2018 onwards, I briefed Congress and foreign officials and testified multiple times before Congress at the invitation of both Democrats and Republicans, always reminding lawmakers that disinformation should concern both parties. Both sides. Along with many of my colleagues in academia and tech, I called for more nonpartisan action from legislators and transparency from social media platforms, championed investment in information literacy programs and public media, and encouraged government agencies to communicate in a more agile and compelling way to compete with the salacious and captivating narratives of disinformation. But then the same salacious, captivating disinformation narratives came for me. In 2022, I was appointed the executive director of the Disinformation Governance Board, a new body in the Department of Homeland Security that would help coordinate anti-disinformation efforts within the agency. At no point did the board or I have the mission or ability to suppress or censor speech. The board's charter made that explicitly clear. But soon after its unveiling, partisan political operatives pounced and subjected the board and me to a baseless and ruthless assault, claiming that I sought to clamp down on conservative speech. They misrepresented the board's purpose, maligned me and my work, and spurred a torrent of death threats targeting me and my family. Oh no. Instead of backing the board and me, the US government caved. It paused the activities of the board. I resigned and the board was disbanded a few months later. Wow. Who did that? What the fuck? I didn't know this. Did a new department in the new body governance. Whoa. Okay. After waves of harassment and operatives, okay. No, and then later disbanded it. Okay. The United States had failed to stand up to the very disinformation it had sought to fight, and its broader ongoing struggle to grapple with disinformation bodies ill not just for the country, but also for democracies around the world. The United States has been slow to reckon with the threat of disinformation. In a speech in 2022, former President Barack Obama acknowledged his failure to fully appreciate at the time, in 2016, just how susceptible we had become to lies and conspiracy theories, despite having spent years being a target of disinformation himself. Unfortunately, greater awareness of the perils of disinformation has not produced the necessary corrective action. Political polarization itself, fed by disinformation, has made it hard for US leaders and lawmakers to curtail the spread of untruths. For instance, sensible bipartisan legislation such as the Honest Ads Act, a bill proposed in 2017 by Senator Amy Klobuchar, Democrat of Minnesota, and Senator Mark Warner, Democrat of Virginia, and initially co-sponsored by the late Senator John McCain, Republican of Arizona, and then Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican of South Carolina, has languished in what congressional staffers have labeled the disinformation graveyard. The bill bill sought to close a glaring loophole in existing law. While political advertisers must admit to purchasing television, radio, and print political ads, they do not need to do so for online advertisements. As a result, foreign states such as Russia were able to quietly buy online ads in 2016 in a bid to influence US voters. And yet, the push to close this loophole after the 2016 election, an obvious straightforward reform, failed to gain traction. The bill never made it out of committee in the Senate. The issue had become too politicized. Damn. Okay. Bipartisan legislation proposed in 2017 by Amy Klobuchar and Mark Warner, initially co-sponsored by John McCain and Lindsey Graham, sought to close loopholes in existing law, allowing political advertisers avoid having to admit ads if they do so online, as opposed to, oh, I didn't know that, radio and print. So if you print political ads, you have to disclose it, but if you do it online, you don't. You don't have to admit to purchasing the, oh. Loophole allowed states such you do now buy ads in 2016 to influence US voters. Bill never made it out of committee. I didn't, but it's saying that they never made it out of committee, so. Oh, they attempted in other ways. After 2016, Congress attempted in other ways to become more proactive about fighting disinformation, hauling before committees tech executives whom legislators grilled about an array of online harms, including disinformation, often with ill-informed lines of questioning. These hearings revealed that tech companies were even more unprepared to handle foreign influence campaigns than previously understood. But political polarization stymied any bipartisan action. Democrats overplayed their hand in sensationalizing the extent to which Russian disinformation swung the 2016 election. Russia's meddling served to exacerbate pre-existing societal fissures in the United States, but it did not on its own hand the election to Donald Trump. Okay, big claim there. For their part, Republicans dismissed the notion that Russia had attempted to support Trump, despite rearms of open-source evidence showing that Russian operatives had in fact sought to do just that. Republicans stonewalled any attempts to regulate social media. To do so would have been seen as abetting a Democratic agenda, even as they privately sent their staffers to discuss the threat of online influence campaigns with disinformation researchers. By the 2020 election, Republican officials and lawmakers had even abandoned that private posture. They viewed action on disinformation as the province of their opponents, and at best ignored the issue, or worse, decried its very existence as a fiction concocted to legitimize the censoring of political opponents. Interesting. There's nothing at the federal level that requires disclosure. Okay. So this was the, what was the act called? Sorry. Honest Ads Act. Okay. All right. Missing the mark. As the public sector has struggled to confront disinformation, so too has the private sector. Between the 2016 election and the start of COVID-19 pandemic, social media platforms began to patch up some of the vulnerabilities they had disregarded for years. They expanded the teams working to detect and mitigate foreign interference. They spent a small percentage of their many billions of dollars of profit to fund research and support civil society organizations working to counteract the trends their own platforms enabled. They experimented with inserting friction pop-ups, warnings and overlays between users and potentially harmful content. They somewhat begrudgingly engaged in transparency reporting, announcing when they took down malign content by foreign state actors. Notably, Twitter, prior to its takeover in 2022 by tech mogul Elon Musk, who has since renamed it X, was the most transparent of all the platforms, posting relevant datasets and sharing the results of its tests of various mitigation measures for anyone to explore. In cooperation with the US intelligence community, social media companies managed to expose several foreign operations, including the Peace Data scandal in 2020, when Russia created a fake news website and paid real journalists to write articles critical of the US government in a bid to turn left-wing voters against Biden. Wait, really? Okay. Need to look at these as well. Peace. I need to look at all these names. Peace Data. What the fuck? Russia created a fake news website and paid real journalists to write articles critical of the US government, hoping to turn wing US voters against Biden. But the platform still missed the mark, and often they failed to address harms that originated closer to home. Members of marginalized groups had to endure hate speech, threats, and harassment encouraged both by the toxic offline discourse in the country and social media algorithms that amplified divisive, vitriolic content. Similarly, domestic disinformation spread to advance particular political causes or to win attention and favor, exploded as people spent more time online during the pandemic and the 2020 election drew near. Yeah, there's a fucking, I don't know what's happening. The Restream bot is just spamming Twitch every time there's a YouTube post, just in case anyone on Twitch doesn't know what was said in YouTube chat. That's all it is. And now I'm getting spammed by people fucking complaining about it. So what I should really do is end the Twitch stream. Twitchers, go to YouTube, okay? 5, 4, 3. Whoa, too quick. Haha, fuck you guys. All right. Okay, but the platform still missed the mark, and often they failed to address harms that originated closer to home. Members of marginalized groups had to endure hate speech, threats, and harassment encouraged both by the toxic offline discourse in the country and social media algorithms that amplified divisive, vitriolic content. Similarly, domestic disinformation spread to advance particular political causes or to win attention and favor, exploded as people spent more time online during the pandemic and 2020 election. Or so it just didn't work, is what they're saying. Does anyone know about this? Does anyone know what Peace Data was? Is that what it was called? Peace Data. What a stupid name for a fucking propaganda organization. Eek. Never heard of it. Damn. Supercharged disinformation threatened both public health during the pandemic and the health of American democracy before and after the 2020 presidential election. For instance, powerful politicians, government officials, and media personalities amplified anti-vaccine conspiracies while secretly getting vaccinated themselves. Trump, many of his advisors, and pro-Trump media personalities repeated that behavior when they amplified bogus conspiracy theories related to the presidential election that they knew to be false, in the process producing the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol. What's the best and worst argument for abortion? The best argument is life begins at conception. Sorry, you need genetic code. Mitosis. Fuck you. Best argument against it is that we don't use gene expression as the marker for when life ends. Like, gene expression is not meaningful to us.
Boxoid menace meddling in US politics.
Thanks for the £15, Durdle. I really appreciate that. The best argument for abortion, I think there are two. One is that we don't end life at genetic expression. That's not what we look for in a human being to decide if they're a human being. What we look for is a level of consciousness or sentience, right? And that seems to appear roughly around 18 to 24 weeks. Probably 18. If you're being safe. So everyone before then is just not, like, they're not conscious. They don't fucking matter. They're not real people. Like, that's it. It's nothing to do with like heartbeats or gene expression or any of this shit. And the reason we all know this is that if there were two people on fucking hospital beds and there was one person, the only part of them that you could keep alive is their brain, their conscious experience. But the other person, the only thing you can keep alive is like their gene expression or their fucking heartbeat or any other parameter. Like, you know that the conscious person is going to be more human to us. Like, we just know that. We know. So that's kind of where I think the personhood comes in, like where you are worthy of protection. The other argument is just like, I don't think it's as convincing, but you can just say you're defending yourself against a parasitic aggressor. Not a parasite, parasitic. It acts like a parasite. It's not actually a parasite because it's going to be a different species or some shit, but it behaves like one. And no matter how irresponsible you were getting into that situation, like, you know, you still get to defend yourself at the end of the day. Okay, fair? Good. Starting in 2018, in the face of these challenges, some people inside the federal government, within social media platforms, and in civil society attempted to work together to protect elections, public health, and public safety. These officials, researchers, and employees of technology firms published reports, exchanged insights, and strove to ensure that the type of lapses that facilitated Russia's coordinated influence campaign in 2016 would never occur again. Their efforts helped protect the 2020 election. Christopher Krebs, the Trump-appointed director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency in the Department of Homeland Security, and a prominent voice in this public-private partnership, noted soon after the 2020 vote that the election was the most secure in the country's history, contradicting the conspiratorial narrative that had been stolen from the Republican Party. Trump subsequently fired him via a tweet. This whole body was set up under the Trump administration. It's not just the appointed director. It's like, this was their agency. They made it. Trump asked for this, and then they were like, sorry, you lost the election, dickhead. Also, you guys are being very generous towards my legal campaign, okay? Towards my war against Russian disinformation. I appreciate it, okay? We are in uncharted territory. I don't hear YouTubers in our sphere talk all that much about this. So it would be good to get ahead of the curve, you know? Okay. A baseless assault. Ooh. Disinformation nearly upended the peaceful transfer of power from Trump to Biden. And yet, the Biden administration has not sufficiently reckoned with the problem. Rather than immediately setting out a whole of government strategy to address disinformation as the threat that it is and issuing, as I urged in this publication in 2020, a unifying policy directive to guide agencies in working together to combat disinformation. Biden and his advisors left the creation of such a policy to languish in the endless debates of the National Security Council. Predictably, in a sprawling government that lacks an overarching strategic vision on how to handle the disinformation threat, efforts to address disinformation have made little progress during Biden's years in office. Agencies have duplicated efforts, fought turf wars, and desperately wanted for better internal coordination. Were they fighting with J.K. Rowling? Oh no. Jubilee didn't copyright strike. Nope. We got away with it. Maybe they've decided to be more generous to react parasites like me. What's this? Ooh. In the spring of 2020, the Biden administration did launch a partial effort to improve internal coordination on disinformation at the Department of Homeland Security, with the creation of the Disinformation Governance Board. Okay. Governance Board created under the department. Security 2022. Let's take a note of that one. As the director of this new body housed in the DHS's policy shop, I was able to help the department manage its existing work on disinformation, but it amounted to little more than an intra-agency working group with no law enforcement authority, no budget, and no full-time staff other than myself. Okay, wow. No law enforcement authority, no budget, no full-time staff, barring one person. This person's had a hard life, eh? This person is out there on her own, chugging away. In the board's founding documents, the department made explicit the board's lack of purview or ability to censor, suppress, or police speech. The board was meant to only facilitate coordination with the department, a smaller scale version of the type of activity that US allies, including the United Kingdom, had implemented to combat disinformation. At this point, should get sponsored by Obsidian. Yeah, man. Because you do have to pay for a lot of their perks, publish and using it on multiple devices. For sure. The Disinformation Governance Board failed miserably before it even got off the ground. For my first week on the job, I lobbied for the board to make a public announcement about the work it planned to do in order to stave off the inevitable misrepresentation of its mission. My research in Central and Eastern Europe showed that it would be easy for provocateurs to twist the benign efforts of such a government body into something sinister. Critics in the Czech Republic, for instance, have maligned the country's Center Against Terrorism and Hybrid Threats, a counterterrorism and counterpropaganda body launched in 2017. As an attempt to police speech even though it had no such authority. But my suggestions for a full rollout of the board, complete with requisite media and congressional briefings, were rejected. Ooh. This person cannot get a fucking break. Just crying about your failed fucking efforts. My God. What a shame. DHS announced the board in an opaque statement 8 weeks later. Within hours, the baseless ideas that the board was an Orwellian ministry of truth and that I was President Biden's chief censor were trending on social media, even though the board could not and would not be restricting or refereeing speech at all. It is interesting. It's like, how do they deal with it? Especially in the country of the First Amendment, is that it really has to be down to some kind of like disclosure issues or technicalities around foreign influencers, but like you can't actually punish the disinformation itself. And in the United States, and it's probably better that you can't, because that opens up an entire fucking can of worms as well. Because what if it ever gets to the situation where the US government actually starts to lies about something, you know, which has happened in the past, and then I don't know, I wouldn't necessarily like any particular person being the arbiter of what's true or what's not. DHS announced, the facts did not matter to those using the board and my appointment as a political football. Within days, my personal life became a matter of intense intrigue and speculation. I was, in this right-wing telling, the young, female, easy-to-hate face of the Biden administration's latest alleged treason. Ooh. My professional reputation and my long track record of bipartisan work were deliberately tarnished after Fox News characterized me as unhinged, partisan, unserious, and an illiterate fascist. Ooh! Congressional Republicans joined them in a months-long campaign of lies about the board and myself. I was depicted in deep-fake pornography. I received an onslaught of online abuse that even threatened my family, including my unborn child, weeks away from making his way into the world. Damn. Pro-life Republicans. Set up to protect the country from disinformation, my office was instead undone by it. The US government did not know how to address the campaign against the board or the harassment targeting me. Instead of mounting a response to the falsehoods and hate speech, or even employing a basic counter-messaging campaign as I recommended, the department and the administration essentially rolled over, issuing a weak fact sheet and placing the secretary and the White House spokesperson on the defensive days after the deluge started. Within weeks, the department decided to pause the board's activities. The board would later be disbanded. In May 2022, after just 2 months on the job, I made the decision to leave an organization and an administration that no longer seemed willing or able to stand up to industrial strength lies. After attacking me and attempting to push me out of public life, an ongoing effort as evidenced by the death threats I still receive regularly, Republicans turned their sights on others working to counter disinformation. Through the House Judiciary Subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government, formed in January 2023, they have demanded documents and private communications, issued subpoenas, and named leading disinformation researchers in lawsuits that are meant to occupy their time and discourage them and others from pursuing further work to understand the country's troubled information environment. The extreme right has paired these investigations with lawsuits directly targeting federal governmental entities and research institutions, which has had a chilling effect on officials and scholars seeking to expose disinformation. Platforms themselves have rolled back many of the measures they implemented during the Trump administration to keep disinformation in check. YouTube is no longer removing conspiracy theories that claim the 2020 election was stolen, and Facebook is allowing paid political advertisements that contain such claims. Meanwhile, federal agencies have stopped cooperating with platforms, no longer electing to share the types of intelligence that brought down foreign influence operations, such as Peace Data, in 2020, likely for fear of litigation against government entities and employees. $50 for an Obsidian commercial license. What is the commercial license? I mean, I definitely know what that is and definitely have it. What? What are you talking about? What? Americans have every right and should ask questions about the ways their government is protecting both the First Amendment and their national security. But those questions must be rooted in reality. The campaign against disinformation research is not if Republicans are truly frightened of social media firms censoring conservative speech. They should pass bills to provide needed oversight over the social media platforms themselves. After all, if social media companies were more transparent, the American public would get a better and less politicized nature of the decision-making inside these firms. Over 2 billion people will cast ballots in elections this year, including in the United States. Elections abroad are vulnerable to the kinds of disinformation rife in this country. In allowing politics to undermine efforts to establish social media transparency and oversight, the United States has failed in leading the world in the protection of the truth. As long as the United States continues to fail, disinformation will only grow more pervasive and harder to contain. The commercial licenses for orgs that have 2 or more employees. Well, my only employee is me. Ooh. Don't you have an editor? Don't worry about that. Fake news. Does that even count as an employee? Like, am I an employee of my own thing? Anyway. Yeah, my editor's a charity editor. Yeah, did you guys not know? They just feel so bad for me that they do it for free. Ooh. Okay. I don't know in that article if there was any much of a suggestion of what to actually do about disinformation. Interesting. Oh. Because it seems like the only very clear suggestion was a legislation that makes it so that if you are running ads, there should be a federal law that you have to disclose that you're running ads, like political ads. That you can't just do it randomly. Because now, I guess the Russians could have ads running in the United States, but they don't tell you that they're paid for by the Russian government. Oh my God, Hassan clip. What is this?
Social media has been phenomenal in uplifting independent voices. It has played a role in actively democratizing information. So that's definitely a great bonus for content creators out there who normally don't fit the confines of otherwise liberal or conservative media. Media literacy is really important. Be kind to individuals, be ruthless to systems.
I mean, this isn't really whatever. Okay. Okay. Is this his tenant media tryout?
Good one. Where's the... Was there not a video of one of Lauren Southern's Tenet Media intros that looked quite a bit like that Hassan video? I feel like there was, wasn't there? Where's that? It's when she has the fucking Billie Eilish hair with the two blonde bits. Is that old Billie Eilish hair? I don't remember. Fuck. I don't know pop culture, bro. I don't know the skateboards. Avril Lavigne. No, wait, what? Where is it though? Oh, is it this one?
Facebook to keep everyone. The NSA and DARPA working hand in hand with Google and Facebook to keep everyone sedated and controlled for the New World Order. Reality is shifting far closer to the world of dead internet theory than we would like to imagine it has. With the rise of
she did this for Tenet Media. Okay, that's funny.
AI. This time around, they won't be saying that the laptop was planted by Russian agents or whatever scandal it is. They'll instead say that the entire thing was generated by AI. All of those images of the president's son, totally made up. That was Midjourney, guys. And his text logs, simply ChatGPT. We're set to face an expansion of government control, the likes of which you have never seen before.
Government control like you've never seen before.
The NSA...
It's literally just words. It's just random fucking word generator. Can I generate a random conspiracy theory? The full video is 28 minutes. No heckin' way. Do I want to watch? No, I need to do research. This is not research. Is it research? To look at her Tenet Media content? She actually... she did put a lot more effort into the channel, it seems, than anyone else. Because she made original content for them. Like, dedicated content. Fuck me. Ho ho ho. This is apparently the full video. And apparently it's much more egregious. Ah! So we watch one bit of Tenet Media content? Really? Maybe tomorrow. Made for Tenet Media. Okay. Gotcha. Let's do this other. So that was the flood of disinformation, that article there. The other one is don't hype the threat. So it's a very contrasted message. Okay. Nice one. Whew. Are we ready to hear why it's all fine? Chill the heck out. Okay. Don't hype the disinformation threat. This is the same outlet as well. Downplaying the risk helps foreign propagandists. Ooh, but so does exaggerating it. Okay. Russian propaganda has made its way into the United States, unfortunately, and it's infected a good chunk of my party's base. Representative Michael McCaul, the Texas Republican who chairs the House Foreign Affairs Committee, told the news platform Puck in March. Puck.
Puck off. What? Nancy Pelosi, the California Democrat and former House Speaker, made a related claim earlier this year when commenting on protesters who were demanding a ceasefire in Israel's war with Hamas in the Gaza Strip. For them to call a ceasefire is Putin's message, Pelosi told CNN, invoking the Russian president. I think that's maybe a stretch, but okay. Nancy Pelosi. What we have to do is try to stop the suffering in Gaza. This is women and children, people who don't have a place to go, so let's address that. But for them to call for a ceasefire is Mr. Putin's message, Mr. Putin's message. Make no mistake, this is directly connected to what he would like to see. Same thing with Ukraine. It's about Putin's message. I think of some of these protesters are spontaneous and organic and sincere. Some, I think, are connected to Russia. I mean, that part might be true. Or Qatar, or Iran. I mean, I think Iran gave money to some of them, didn't they? Or they supported them publicly on Twitter. Did they fund them, or what did Iran fund again? Didn't Iran give money to some fucking pro-Palestinian group in America? Or was it just that they supported it through social media? Do you think some of these protests are Russian plants? Do you think whoever told those kids to make shields out of bins, those were probably Russian plants? Loanerbox is old. How the fuck am I old, Scapegoat? What the fuck? Apart from being legally old enough to knob your mum. Like, I don't know. Fuck. Hey! Damn. Okay. She added, make no mistake, this is directly connected to what he would like to see. Same with Ukraine. Okay, we got that. Such statements from across the political spectrum have several troubling things in common. They blame foreign interference for problems whose origins are clearly domestic. They imply that foreign disinformation is effective at influencing a significant portion of US citizens. It is not, and they are often presented without evidence. Okay. Arguing that pro-Palestine protesters calling for a ceasefire are pushing Putin's message. That's a wild claim from Ms. Pelosi, for sure. To be clear, foreign influence operations can impose some costs on open societies that encourage the unfettered exchange of ideas. But the self-serving and misleading way that some public officials and researchers talk about propaganda does not serve American democracy, especially during a contentious election season. In fact, when officials exaggerate the efficacy and impact of foreign influence operations, the ones who benefit the most are the very regimes that produce it. That's a good take. Like, I think if Pelosi's saying shit like that, that's probably a good example. Okay. Durations. To avoid inadvertently assisting adversaries, American officials and investigators must steer clear of two pitfalls. One, downplaying the threat of disinformation.
campaigns risks making it easier for bad actors to take advantage of an unprepared public. Easier for bad actors to take advantage of the public. And 2 is exaggerating it makes you look fucking crazy. It's like the dog whistle thing. It's like the dog whistle thing. It's like people who saw fascism everywhere, they didn't help. Okay? Yeah. All right. I'm understanding it. Okay, cool. I need this. I need this shit to keep me in place. Keep me grounded. Overstating the power of propaganda risks amplifying not only the original falsehood, but also an even more corrosive and polarizing narrative. Narrative that American politicians are citizens are controlled and don't have agency. Who is parroting whom? Let's make a new heading. Who is parroting whom? Often, Russian disinformation echoes talking points by the American far right rather than the other way around. Ooh. Oh, like Putin jumping on the J.K. Rowling shit, right? Last fall, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Republican from Georgia, wrote on X, "Anyone who votes to fund Ukraine is funding the most corrupt money scheme of any foreign war in our country's history." She included a link to a debunked article published by the Strategic Culture Foundation, a Russian intelligence front already sanctioned by the Treasury Department for its role in interfering with US elections in 2020. Wow. MTG wrote on X, "Anyone who votes to fund Ukraine is funding the most corrupt money scheme of any foreign war in our country's history." Linked to debunked article published by the Strategic Culture Foundation. Telfront, already sanctioned by the Treasury Department, I didn't know this, for its role in interfering with the 2020 election. Wait, we've had Russian organizations sanctioned for interfering in the 2020 elections. Really? I didn't know that. Damn. Falsely claimed that Zelensky advisors bought 2 yachts. Whoops. For $75 million. Okay. 2 weeks. Does anyone know where to get the MTG tweet from? Does anyone have that? Because if I can get that, I can already start. Ooh, we're already getting good sources here. All right. 2 weeks after MTG tweet, JD Vance, repeated the claim on Steve Bannon's podcast. There are people who would cut Social Security, throw our grandparents into poverty. Why? So that one of Zelensky's ministers can buy a bigger yacht. Okay, so this article, it's just a foreign affairs article about Zelensky. So where's the source for any of this? Let's see. I want to get proper sources for this.
Just because it looks good. Okay. Okay. MTG Twitter. Oh. The tweet is still here. This is the site. Oh, link may be unsafe. Am I going to get rushed? Okay. No, I've already got it. I'm looking at it. Look, they've got fucking receipts and everything. Look at that. Okay. And a YouTube video. Nice one. Looks so legitimate. Okay. And where's JD Vance's bullshit? JD Vance. Bannon. Is this JD Vance doing it? Wait, where is it? Does anyone know where this video is of JD Vance saying this shit? Kasparov talking about it? Hmm. Is the video just not there then? If it was 2 weeks later, after MTG, it was what? December 2023. Okay. JD Vance Bannon podcast. December 2023. Oh. This should be it. Okay.
Okay, welcome. It is Monday, 11 December.
This is from, okay, this is shortly afterwards. Okay. On JD Vance's own thing, unlisted. Okay. Social Security. Throw our grandparents into poverty. Oh!
Very same time, you have people in this town saying we need to cut Social Security. There are people who would cut Social Security, throw our grandparents into poverty. Why? So that one of Zelensky's ministers can buy a bigger yacht? Kiss my ass, Steve. It's not happening.
So what's going to happen? They're going to have a power play tomorrow. What's going to happen?
Okay. JDAM. JDAM them. We got him. JDAM Vance. At first glance, it would appear that Vance and Green were indeed parroting Russian propaganda disseminated by an organization linked to the Kremlin that had been sanctioned by the US government. In fact, the yacht rumor had been quietly circulating on the conspiratorial fringes of the American right for some time. Vance himself had made the claim as early as July 2023. Speaking at the Turning Point Action Conference, a far-right gathering in West Palm Beach, Florida, Vance told a packed auditorium that he did not wish to immiserate our grandmothers and grandfathers to send another yacht to Vladimir Zelensky. 5 months later, the Russians picked up the right-wing talking point, dressed it up as a reported fact, and amplified it. Ooh! For the Russian article, Vance had already
pushed the claim on at TPAC. I'll just say the full thing. Turning Point Action Conference. And six months earlier. So it's earlier that year. So where's this? JD Vance Turning Point Action Conference, July 2023. JD Vance Turning Point Action Conference, July 2023. Mm-hmm. This would have been filmed, right? It usually is. Dan Bongino. Would this be it? Looks like it.
That speech.
7 hours and 15 seconds. JD Vance. Charlie Kirk, Steve Bannon, all the usual fannies. Okay. Where's the transcript? Will they even give me a transcript for this much? They should. Okay. So what did he say? He said yachts. So, or Zelensky. There we go. Oh, he's doing the exact same line.
Everybody who's listening, whether you're my message, one person who's standing against it on the national stage right now is Donald Trump. So here's my message to all of you.
403:22. Okay. Blech.
And here is our message to everybody who's listening, whether you're in this room or on television. If you want to immiserate our grandmothers and grandfathers to send another yacht to Volodymyr Zelensky and his administration, hell no, make America great again. Let's go and show them over the next 2 years. God bless you.
Immiserate. I think he means emaciate. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. That's quite interesting. I like it. I like this. Good process. Voldemort Zelensky. Yeah. This dynamic, whereby American conspiracy theorists and foreign intelligence operatives feed off of one another in a vicious circle, is not new. During the Cold War, the KGB carried out active measures against Moscow's rivals, exploiting existing social fissures by, say, picking up and amplifying rumors in a targeting country. Method of similar to the KGB, picking up and amplifying already existing rumors and divisive talking points or divisive narratives in a target country. Then, as now, foreign operatives rarely invent political divisions or conspiracy theories. They magnify existing ones. Good quote. Then, as now, foreign operatives rarely invent political divisions or conspiracy theories. They magnify existing ones. Boom. Good little part there. In the 1980s, the Soviet and the East German security services conducted a propaganda campaign code named Operation Denver, promulgating the baseless claim that the US Army created HIV in a biological warfare lab at Fort Detrick, Maryland. Good foreign example, okay? 1980s Soviet propaganda campaign named Operation Denver. claimed the U.S. Army created HIV in a biolab. Biolab. In Fort Detrick, Maryland. This pernicious and polarizing myth had a far reach. In 2005, long after the breakup of the Soviet Union, the American pop stars Kanye West and Adam Levine released a hit single that included the lyric, "I know the government administered AIDS." Okay. Released a single including the line, but I'm guessing this claim originated in the United States, but it would be a mistake to attribute that rumor or the extent of its reach to outside influence peddlers. Historians have demonstrated that communist intelligence agencies did not invent the myth. Rather, the performers latched onto a conspiracy theory that had emerged on its own in the United States after far-left activists had concocted the story and initially spread it. The fire had already been lit. The communists merely added fuel. Does anyone know which historians they're talking about? Again, I want to see like more like the original sources for these things. Historians have since demonstrated that the theory originated with far left activists, eh? God damn it. Those guys. In a counterintuitive twist, the US, I guess I could just look up Operation Denver and find out about it. In a counterintuitive twist for US adversaries, a propaganda campaign may receive its biggest boost after it has been uncovered. The United States government exposed and sanctioned the Strategic Culture Foundation as a front for Russian intelligence well before Green cited it as a source on social media. Yet, Russia's Foreign Intelligence Agency did not shut down the exposed front. It doubled down by pushing out more fake news stories. Russian intelligence officers are likely designing their campaigns so that such falsehoods will gain even more traction once the subterfuge is revealed. Once exposed as propaganda, a phony story about Zelensky's advisors purchasing luxury yachts serves to amplify the idea that politicians, political commentators, and some significant portion of the voting public are unwitting stooges of foreign influence or even in cahoots with the enemy. More than foreign influence itself, it is this corrosive mistrust that poses the gravest threat to American democracy. I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting so smashingly informed right now. Honestly, this might be, hang on. This might be one of the bigger research streams we've had. I'm just gauging. I guess you guys like it when I'm just getting business brain for 1 second. Okay, hang on. Hang on. The viewership has been really, really steady for the last, like, basically for the last hour. Maybe a bit less than an hour. It's been really steady. Sort of between 4:50 and like what, 5:30? Damn. Normally you guys all flee to the fucking hills when I do this shit, but I guess this is new and interesting, so okay. Nice. Rachel Maddow has written 2 books on this. Okay. You know what? Maybe I'll do that too. Maybe I'll write 2 books on it. Okay. Tone down the hype. As the US presidential election approaches, an unhealthy fixation on foreign disinformation has researchers and organizations rushing to publicize bold claims about the reach of foreign influence.
There are powerful incentives to overhype the extent and power of foreign disinformation campaigns. For some investigative outfits and firms, a big expose can bring press coverage, bigger budgets, investment dollars, grants, and reputational gains, even if the exposed activity does not warrant so much attention. Overhyped reports can make Russia's active measures that much more successful. Before exposing a foreign influence operation, public officials and analysts at research organizations and security companies must ask themselves a few hard questions. Are their claims directly backed up by hard evidence? Evidence that they are able and willing to share with the broader research community? Will exposure breathe new life into a concocted story? And will it undermine the public's trust in public institutions and the media, thus serving the interests of the adversaries? Before exposing foreign influence, public officials and analysts have to be mindful of whether or not they risk further breathing life into a story that would otherwise have gained less traction. That's quite interesting. I wonder if that's why the Russia thing has just not been... I think there are a couple of reasons why people have not used the Russia thing very often. One is just that you can never... I don't know, you can never do it without looking salty. And that matters. Can you imagine going to voters and being like, listen, we lost the last election, but it's partly because some of you voters are so fucking retarded that you will actually just believe Russian advertisers and Russian scammers. Like, you are suckers. You are marks to Russian spivs. Okay? You are a fucking slave to Russian lies. Like, there's no way you can say that without... Because the problem is like, there's no better way to turn someone off of you as a politician than to make them feel stupid. So it's why with like Brexit, even though the 350 million thing never happened with Brexit for the NHS, but people were like, yeah, but I didn't vote for that reason anyway. Even though like the amount of fucking money and effort that was put into that, like people... with Brexit, even though we know now that it was so many fucking lies built into that campaign, people who voted for Brexit will still typically say, yeah, I'd vote for it again. Yeah. Yeah, like all that disinformation, no, that's not why I voted for it. Just voted for it because, you know, sovereignty, freedom, whatever. Ooh, soy. Something wrong with saying that. If you're a politician trying to get votes, yep. Oh, yeah. Because no one's ever going to believe that they were the one who voted the wrong way because Russian propaganda told them to. Like, no one will ever accept that that's what swayed them. Anyway. The thing you uploaded implicates Russian disinformation in the Brexit campaign. Okay. That's in stream suggestions, isn't it? Hang on. Or stream chat. Wait, which one did you put in? Where? What did you share? I can't see it. Suggestion, but where? I don't see. There's been so much bullshit in stream suggestions today. Do you have the same name in Discord? Jamie. What? Oh, I see it. Political epistemology. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Cool. Journalists, too, should not draw dubious lines from cause to effect, repeat shaky claims about who is responsible, assert without appropriate evidence that an attempted disinformation operation was successful, quote sources without scrutinizing their assertions, or speculate about why a suspected adversary may have engaged in deceptive practices. News outlets covering the investigative reporting of other organizations and statements by public officials must take greater care not to repeat misleading claims. The very incident that prompted McCall's remarks about his own party being infected by Russian propaganda propaganda illustrates this dynamic. NBC News reported on McCall's comments, subtitling its article, How Republican Lawmakers Echo Russian Propaganda. The story claimed that Republicans were parroting covert foreign disinformation. Outlets ranging from the Wall Street Journal to the BBC have made similar claims. A closer look at the facts in these cases, however, reveals the opposite, that Russian disinformation was parroting the American far right. Disrupting propaganda efforts by malign foreign actors is important work, but it must be done thoroughly, accurately, and proportionally. Exaggerating the effects of foreign influence campaigns serves only the foreign operatives. It fosters a conspiratorial outlook in which shadowy enemy... Oh no. I'm getting called out. Me, Pepe Silverbox, is getting fucking called out. Shit. Read the wiki page for a Mueller report. I could read the wiki page. That would be a good introduction, yeah. I don't need to take notes on that. I can just vibe it to get into the vibe zone. Ooh. Guys, stop me from being paranoid, okay? Shadowy enemies are supposedly creating wedge issues, dissenters are merely parroting foreign spies, and trust in open democratic debate is eroded. Most important, false claims of clandestine? I think the British way to say that would be clandestine. But I don't know. Foreign interference absolve United States leaders of responsibility for the health of our political discourse. There are Russian spies in the chat. Guys, I'm not suicidal, okay? I like my life, okay? Sometimes I'm grumpy, okay? But I'm okay. Clandestine, okay. But if I show up dead, okay, it's probably not like I didn't do it, okay? It's probably that guy, Prometheus Unbound, or a Bad Infinita fan. I don't know, because he probably knows where I live. Shit. Clandestiny. Okay. Good article. Good couple of articles. Okay, I've already broadened my mind substantially. Wait, why is this one? This should be 4, because this should collapse. Okay, I'll put that in MISC. Yeah. Okay, indictment, post-indictment articles. Okay. What next? Or should I just go to the gym? Tempted to go to the gym. Let me mull it over a chess game. Go to the gym. Wow. Objectifying. Crazy. Jill Stein. I didn't know Jill Stein would be such a large part of the rabbit hole. I had no idea. I did not see that one coming, to be fair. If I do this, there's like a kind of meme. Okay. Fuck it. What's happening to this knight? What the fuck is this tactic? What the shit? Okay. All right. Whatever. I go here and here. Wait, there's a problem with this opening. Hang on. There's a problem. I don't like this. But if they do that, I can bring this. Okay. I don't even know the point in that, actually, because this is so troublesome. Shall I just take this now? Open that up, perhaps? Potentially. But I think getting the knight up there is quite cool, too. I don't know. Fuck. All right. I feel like there's a problem with what I've done here. Oh, that's not... If I collapse the pawn structure first and then take? This guy's a little bit silly. Fuck it. I don't think too much about it.
I think if I take this, there's too much open along here. Now the problem is that this pawn is stuck and this bishop is useless. So I should probably get this guy up and then get the bishop here. If I take this and go here, this is very vulnerable, but I can get this up, I suppose. Could do that, and then pressure on the here. Hit. What's happening? I hate this. I hate this setup so much. Fuck this, man. This is gross. I need to get that bishop out of the way. I don't like this guy. Huh. Wait, gotta take that first. There's a really annoying pawn storm coming here. Okay. All my pieces are just like locked in this shithole. I've got this at least. Now, I think I can do something gimmicky. I don't know. I think this as well gets this bishop out of the way, and that really kills their momentum. Ooh. Whoa. Do that. Because this pawn coming forward is useless for them, right? Okay, get that bishop out of the way. Fuck off. The F pawn can do its own thing, yeah. The only disadvantage for them is that they're a little bit exposed, I guess. I don't like that opening, though. I don't know what I was doing there. Just winging it. This is a problem. Blah. Blah. What are they thinking about now? Are they wondering if they want to lose that bishop? The problem is they have this. I hate this. This is shit. I need to get this shit out of the way. Oh, they're losing their rook. They gave up the fucking rook. That can't be a good move. There ain't no way. This is a problem. Oh! Wait. This. I don't have a way out. That is a problem. Because I don't have room to get the fuck away. Oh, shit. I have to make a decision quick, though. Do I block? I block. I can only block. Come on. I make blockage. Go. Fly. And then that'll let me take the bishop, and then the king at least is free, right? Is this the idea? Okay. Die. And now they do this and I do this. And hopefully I have enough cover. This is such a stupid idea. I'm only up like 1 point. Okay. It's okay. Just keep fleeing. Huh. Oh no, there's a dead. I lost. Oh well. Fuck's sake. What was I supposed to do right there? Okay, let's see. 82. Not bad. Not bad. All right. Oh, they actually left me an opening when I didn't see it. So there's nothing wrong with this opening until I took the pawn. I should have just castled and left that knight dangling there. Still doing fine. This is not great. Should have advanced. Okay. Why? What's the I thought I miscalculated this though. Hang on. What should I have done here? Just it's an equal trade. Okay. Yeah. Fine. And then I'm just behind. Getting awkward. Got the rook at least. What was going on here? I should have taken the pawn? Wait. Why? Because of this guy? Huh? And then I just get up the... And then they can't follow up because I've got this like, all this shit, right? And I can just whoop. Interesting. Just slightly awkward. And then that brilliant pawn move. Nice one. And then we're just fucked. We're just so dead. Oh, well. Oh, well. Okay. Let's try one more. Magnus played the 4-pawn opening in the SCC final. Ah. I always notice that when people are playing new openings, it's like, oh, I wonder what YouTube video just came out or what fucking... I thought my opening there was fine though, it's just the lack of whatever else. Okay, please, if they take this, that's... No, if they do the knight, I think I want them to do. Alright. Damn, my scheme doesn't work. Wait, it would have worked. Fuck, I fucked up. I should have done my scheme. I had a scheme here. I was supposed to take this. Fuck. Oh well. Epic fail. Damn, no scheming. I don't think... What if they did not want to do this? Surely they would do that. I can get my knight up and put some pressure on this guy, at least. Okay. Ooh. Wait. Is there something here? There is. If they take, I go here. Did they notice? And if they just take that, then I got that, and it's like... GG. Okay. The only risk is this guy's very exposed now. I think this was a decent sack. I don't know. Did it make any sense? Boo! Shit. It's fine. They can't really follow up with it, though. Then there's this next. Or even this. What are they going to do with that? I can even bring this knight back. It's not even over for him. Oh, shit. Wait. I guess we can just start advancing. JD advancing. Was that wise? This knight can go here, I suppose. Thing is, they can't really come back, because I can just move my knight back here again. There's also this threat. That's just a mate in one threat. Fuck, what? No, the knight's there. Shit, never mind. Geek. Okay. I guess now I can either go here and then threaten this, or I get my bishop up, or I get my knight back. Probably get the knight back. I can threaten this now. They're probably going to go check me. Then I can bring my knight down here and be safe. Threatens a fork. What? Wait, what's this guy doing? Nothing immediately threatening? Just trading? Okay, fine. Trading is good for me because... Ooh. What's going on here? Should I just go here and threaten the mate? Or is there something more obvious? This? I don't think my king is in trouble. But it's close. Oh shit! That's big trouble, actually. That's not good. I go here. Fuck. Didn't think about that. They could just get in a perpetual now, couldn't they? No, they'd have to... Oh my god. Fuck! I'm so stupid. I don't deserve to live. Fuck that. Oh well. Isn't it over? It's over now. I can't... I was doing so well. Fuck that person. I was doing so well there. Shit. I was probably on top all the way until right there, yeah. 55. We both played like morons. I got fucking jarred because I was supposed to do this. I was supposed to do this. This was the next move. But I didn't, see? Look, fuck's sake. So I was actually down from the beginning. I should have done it there? Why? Oh, the fucking bishop was free. Oh well. The rook move was brilliant. That's nice. Should have got the bishop out for the... Oh, the queen there was the best move. The battery threat. I was still up. I should have just done the battery way, and then they had the perpetual. And I forked myself. Oh well. Fucking Christ. Bruh. Rematch. Already playing. Oh well. Chess is so stressful. It's fine. Why have I got a fucking challenge here? Play me, loner. No! I need to go. I need to go gym. Clearly. Okay. Right. I will see you guys tomorrow and we'll do more. That Russia stuff's good. We got some threads running now. Good. I feel good about it. New segment going live now-ish. Oh, we got a new segment going live. Which one is it? Oh. Where is it? Oh, Kyle Kalinske in the West Bank. Okay. All right. Nice one. All right. See you guys later. Go watch that then. Well, is that actually live now? Is it listed? Yeah. Okay, I can share this then. I can send you there. Go here. Go here. Go watch that. All right. Take care, guys. Bye, 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 bye. Bye. Bye.